and University of Technology have once again pioneered the creation of a subject guide with useful information on the proper use of AI. That being said, I would like to thank you and welcome you to our event today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir. Next, we are honored to invite Dr. Evangelos Epilas, Vice Director of Financial Planning and Development of Cyprus University of Technology.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome everyone on behalf of Dr. Office and working meeting from the Cyprus University of Technology. Today's topic is much more than a discussion about tools. It's a thoughtful recognition of how information professionals can lead, curate, and shape our knowledge in an era of rapid technological change. Artificial intelligence is reshaping how we search, organize, synthesize, and disseminate information. For information specialists, this presents exciting opportunities to enhance accessibility, accuracy, discovery for students, researchers, and the wider community data. Yet it also calls for thoughtful stewardship, ethics, transparency, and data advisor must guide our adoptions of artificial intelligence to ensure that expertise, integrity, and user trust remain at the forefront of our work. Our library stands ready to embrace these innovations while preserving the core values that define us: rigorous scholarship, user-centered service, and the commitment to open, equitable access to information. Today's conversations will help us harness AI not as a replacement for human judgment, but as a powerful ally that augments our professionals' capabilities and deepens our impact. I would like to extend special appreciation to Dr. Mario Sebas, the library director, for his continuous dedication and leadership. Dr. Sebas' vision and tireless efforts to advance our library services, training, and collaborations have been instrumental in preparing us for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. On behalf of the Rectorate of the Cyprus University of Technology, thank you everyone for joining and contributing today. May your discussions be insightful, collaborative, and forward-looking. Let everyone live here, inspired to reimagine the role of information specialists in a world increasingly shaped by artificial intelligence and ready to shape a future where technology serves knowledge and people alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. The next welcoming address was to be delivered by Theodora Petru, Vice President. Although due to personal reasons is unable to join us today, so I will read the message on her behalf. Καλημέρα σε όλους και όλες. Good morning, everyone. Dear colleagues, dear guests, dear friends. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th Scientific Symposium, Keeping Up with AI Technologies, Reimagining the Role of Information Specialists. I would like to express my warmest thanks to everyone who worked so hard to make this inspiring event possible. A special thank you goes to the dedicated team of librarians from the Cyprus University of Technology for organizing such a rich and forward-thinking program. We are also truly grateful to our honored speakers for being with us today and for generously sharing their knowledge and experience. Artificial intelligence is now part of our daily lives. As information professionals, we are called to learn how to use it to our advantage as a tool that supports our work, our services, and our contribution to society. The Cyprus Association of Librarians and Information Scientists continue to stay actively involved through various initiatives. We look forward to seeing you at the Nicosia Book Festival tomorrow, the conference at the University of Cyprus Library on November 13, and at the Limassol Book Fair on November 21 for a morning dedicated to libraries. I wish every success to today's symposium. Now I will present the presenters for today. We are truly honored to have with us today our keynote speaker, Nikita Dragican, who has traveled all the way from Croatia. He has earned his MA in librarianship in 2011 at the University of Zadar of Croatia. He's currently employed as a senior librarian and head of user services to the department of the University of Zadar Research Library, where he mostly engaged in creating and conducting lectures and workshops on information literacy and AI. He has published 7 original scientific articles, 2 as a co-author and 5 as a sole author, and he currently serves as a guest co-editor of Croatian Library Journal special issue on AI. He gave presentations at several international library information science conferences, such as IFLA and LIBER at 2024. His main scientific interests are artificial intelligence, information literacy, teaching, AI literacy, student information behavior, and academic writing. Nikita is a member of Croatian Library Association and ASIS-NT. He is currently PhD student at the Department of Information and Communication Science at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Please give a warm welcome to Nikita to deliver the keynote address.
Morning, everybody. My name is Nidhi Saraki. I'm out no further ado, the fact that I have, for the first time in my life, have my CV read out loud. This, I will be wondering you with many more details, and then we will go straight to the matter of our conference and our meeting today. First of all, when I was proposing the titles for this presentation to our esteemed colleagues from the university, I had proposed several titles. And we came up with the conclusion that the most appropriate title for our presentation today would be the approach to say both in implementing AI in information literacy courses. And now we can see from the opening addresses of Mr. Zemos and from the distinguished vice director that we have made the right decision, because all our efforts, no matter how different they are in approach or in idea, have the same goal. We have the goal to implement AI in information literacy instruction, but moreover, we have a goal to develop the approach that will enhance our current state of libraries, that will help our students to be better at their studies, and to point out the fact that AI, especially generative AI, is here to be a tool that will help and enhance our services, and not to be a tool that we need to be afraid of in, for example, to make something out of it that will replace librarians or make librarians obsolete. Au contrary, during this presentation, and I hope during the other presentations, we will see that the role of librarians in the current information environment is getting even more emphasized than it was before. Now, when we are talking about generative AI tools in higher education, one of the questions which is most prominent in the scientific articles published worldwide and in the scientific conferences that are held worldwide in higher education context is the question: is the hype over? Is the are we reached the plateau of the usability of AI tools, and did we came to the conclusions in which way and in what extent do we need to take advantage of AI tools that are available to us? The fact of the matter is that we, in any case, need to acknowledge AI transformative power. The fact is that AI, especially generative AI, has a transformative power that affects university operations and affects teaching and learning. But it should be affecting teaching and learning in order to enhance, and it should be impacting university operations in order to improve it. Not, for example, to replace somebody from the human resources, or to replace somebody from the financial department, or maybe in teaching and learning, oh, we will not have a teaching assistant anymore or a visiting lecturer because the AI will do it. No, in order to enhance and not to replace. When we were talking about artificial intelligence, and I deliberately put here artificial intelligence, not generative artificial intelligence, the thing that always needs to be pointed out is the fact that librarians or information specialists have been long aware of the possibilities of use of artificial intelligence before we have, due to the computational power we have developed, or international corporations have developed generative AI tool in form which we know it by now. Even in 1986, Wiener has pondered in his artificial in his article about artificial intelligence, what are the possible ways of incorporating artificial intelligence in libraries. In that regard, and due to the fact that academic libraries are by its nature prone to innovations, we are called upon to take a stance that will hold a neutral ground, but not to be over relied on the technology, and not to be over prudent, but have realistic expectations from the artificial intelligence in general. And information scientists and library practitioners did have employed that approach even before. Now, when we are speaking about generative artificial intelligence potential, and we are speaking here about at this meeting of ours and other conferences and the numerous artificial intelligence scientific articles published on the subject of artificial intelligence, we are speaking about AI literacy. Now, as we all know, being literate today is not what it has been learned to be literate 100 years ago. And being literate in cybers is maybe not as same thing as being literate in some other country, for example, from Central Africa. In that regard, we need to acknowledge that generative AI, according to some authors, in regard to university libraries and university library services, has transformative potential, that has the potential to transform our services, to transform the way in which we will provide our users with which will cover information needs of our users. And in that regard, for example, Arles and Newell, in their article, claim that generative artificial intelligence will forever alter the way in which we provide our services for our patrons. But beware, they said alter the services, not to demise the services. So what I'm trying to say is that librarian, due to the fact in constant change, remains a central figure. When we are talking about again, and we're going to the literature, we can see that some authors also claim that generative AI has a destructive potential. We have already noted that generative AI is overarching, that it affects all areas of human information activities. And then the question is that we should pose ourselves, and it is posed by many authors and on many conferences, is the perspective for academic librarians, information specialists, and academic libraries in general critical? The short answer would be no. And in the following slides, I will do my best to explain this position, because it is my strong belief that information specialists will came up to and librarians and university libraries who came up and reached their full potential, especially in the environment where generative AI is taking place and having influence which is bigger every day. Now, as I said before, when we're speaking about generative artificial intelligence impact, we can speak about its impact on economics. We can speak about its impact in, for example, engineering, optimization of some industrial processes. We can speak about education, which is historically prone to technological changes. But when we take a deeper look in the fundamental, in the course of what generative AI presents and the subjects that generative AI is based on, we came across on expressions and words like data, information, search process, knowledge, evaluation, information behavior, etc. I don't need to explain you more further that this is a core business of information scientists. This is a core business of information specialists, and this is a core business of librarians and academic librarians. And due to the fact that, can you hear me when I'm not near the microphone? Generative AI has impacted all our information activities. And that is, my dear colleagues, that's not something new, because we, as it is became apparent from the invention of World Wide Web, we have changed our information activities and the way in which we search, acquire, store, and evaluate information since the invention of the World Wide Web. If you remember, in 2007, there was an article published by late Professor Petko Saracevic on this subject. But the thing is that general AI has impacted also, and we have delegated, as Nora Hirvonen points out, our evaluation of information, so resources and sources. So in that regard, we need to have well-trained information specialists or librarians, especially in the field or in the context of higher or in academic libraries, in order to become equal stakeholders, so that we can take enough intake enough knowledge to participate in making the decisions on institutional levels when it comes to AI. Because unfortunately, in some cases, we are witnesses that, for example, university boards are deciding about implementation of certain tools without consulting university librarians and university libraries, which is by their nature information center of the university. When we're speaking about generative AI and academic libraries, it is safe to say that the generative AI and academic libraries, generative AI impacts all library operation and services. There is no library operation and service that cannot be impacted by AI or in which AI cannot be used. From cataloging, information services, human resources, acquisition, planning, marketing, etc. But in order to keep our presentation within time, today we have decided to point out three main lines of action, which is for first, services enhancement, especially reference services, where AI tools can be used as an enhancement for reference services and by reference librarians, because AI, no matter how powerful the tool is, cannot replace the human interaction between librarian and patron. That reaction that would require higher order thinking skills from AI, which we are still very far away from. Also, we can use the library. Library should be very interested and invested in crafting AI policies in libraries and at the university level, not to, so to say, put the genie back in the bottle to forbid AI or something else, but in order to implement and exploit AI tools, we need to regulate it. And our today's subject is that Gen AI should be used or should be implemented in librarians and library users' education. So here I have tried to how should I say, remember from my classical education some proverbs, and I came across peu de bradeos, or I hope I said it correctly, and it means to be brief in hurry up slowly, but I would like to point out that the fact is that in order to teach our patrons, in order to teach our university students, to teach our universities, professor, staff, and etc., first we need to educate ourselves. Librarians should be first one to educate themselves in order to educate others. There are different ways in which we can make this happen. One of the ways that we can outsource the lecturers from the computer sciences and similar fields to educate ourselves. The other way is to send our librarians to take courses, and then after a while that they provide courses for their colleagues. But we should first find suitable lecturer for librarians, design workshop and course together. I came across the conclusions when I was conducting these courses at my university that two-phase approach was best one to utilize, because in the first phase we would have more of lecture-based approach, where we would explain the importance of prompts and the importance of explaining black box technology, etc. And in the other, it was a more hands-on approach with a personal computer and the queries that colleagues have prompted. We should include, or it is advisable to include all employees. For example, at the University of Hong Kong, it was before implementing AI courses for students, all university staff, from university president to heads of different units, that everybody was obliged to attend AI course in order to gain some basic skills. Now, this at the last part of this slide, I will explain why this is important. We should ensure feedback, of course, for those librarians who will utilize AI further, or will be one day will become a part of AI teaching team, we should provide advanced training so that they can be adequately educated to educate others afterwards, and to form an in library AI team. This is also very important for academic libraries and librarians, because by doing this, we are ensuring that we are having interinstitutional knowledge on the subject. We are not as much as dependable on other university departments, but especially on service providers. Here we are ensuring our equal place and desk when we are possibly negotiating about buying some license, or incorporating some AI, generative AI tool or program, because in that manner we know what we are speaking about. Now, what is the reason, and what should be the reason that we do this? That I have a question here. Will all the library employees embrace generative AI and use it regularly? No. Will all the library employees refuse to use AI ever again? No. But we need to gain sufficient knowledge about in order to make an informed decision about where, how, and why we'll use AI tools. So the main point of librarians' education is not to make librarians use or not to use AI tools. The main point is to develop sufficient knowledge that librarians by themselves can make an informed decision on how to use AI tools, and to know their ups and downs, and to be aware of their limitations. Now, when we are speaking about using AI tools and the way that we need to use AI tools, and what is important to know about, we are speaking about AI literacy. As we said before in our talks, or the definition of literacy is changing throughout the advancement of technology. Being literate today doesn't mean the same that was being literate 100 years ago, when it was enough to be able to read and cipher. In that regard, within information literacy, today we are also having AI literacy. We need AI literacy in order to have enough knowledge, or to possess skills that we can critically evaluate the output of AI tools. That is the most important thing, to critically evaluate the output of AI tools, and to know how to use AI tools, when to use AI tools, and in what extent to use AI tools. Because today, the issue about information or AI literacy is the following. As I mentioned before, technology till today has changed our ways of approaching, finding, storing information, etc., as you know. But today, in the generative AI world, so to say, we are having a problem which is the core problem of information specialists, and the thing that we need to try to explain to our patrons in libraries. We are ought to try to not to allow that AI tools take also upon themselves task of evaluating information. So information evaluation should always stay within the human. And in that regard, the AI literacy is of utmost importance. Now, when we said all this, we should ask ourselves, how do we teach AI literacy? In teaching AI literacy, I personally, and it's backed with a certain number of authors utilize almost the same approach and as it is in teaching information literacy in general. First of all, get to know your audience. You cannot make the same course for the first year students of humanities and for the finishing year of medical school students. You will not have the same course. And when we are speaking about university staff, which we tend to forget, for the human resources department, or for example, from the employees from the financial department, which is also a special branch of operation. We should focus on explainable and human-centered AI, in which we are always trying to put human in the loop, so that we don't have to, so that we are trying to avoid computer-centered AI or AI-centered AI, where the human is only a minimal inconvenience or factor. We should always strive to put the human in the loop, explore current research, and analyze other universities and other university libraries syllabi, not in order to copy something for someone without acknowledging it, but in order to accumulate knowledge and to develop our own program, which will be tailored for our students and staff in order to get the best results for our audience. Now, when I was preparing this presentation, my colleagues from Post University, I think Eleni or Erasmia, asked me, do we use ACRL framework? And I am a great advocate of using ACRL framework first. And I think that we should try to suppress the urge to develop new framework for everything that comes along the way. So in teaching AI literacy, it would be advisable to use ACRL framework, which is it has proven itself as useful in teaching information literacy. Of course, combined with Leo Law clear framework, which is framework for teaching AI literacy. And later on, I will explain why we should, in my opinion, in the opinion of other authors, combine these two frameworks especially, and not some other frameworks. Now, when we come to tailoring AI literacy courses, I have prepared some, I call this slide tips and tricks, because I'm a firm believer in a practical approach to certain things, so that you can take some practical advices from this session alongside with you when we're done. These tips and tricks are based on my personal experience, are based on the existing frameworks, and are based on scientific reports from scientific articles that authors write after they conducted information or AI literacy courses. Now, as we pointed out before, make sure you do your homework to consult other syllabi, to make, to try to find and try to incorporate them in your program. Talk to your students, talk to your peers. Now, before we develop some course program, or before we develop some service, it is advisable, as we all know, to feel out the pulse of the public, to feel out how our colleagues are reacting to, for example, certain course. Do our students think that this course is desirable? Would they like to have it online, or they would like to have it in the classroom? and things that we sometimes tend to forget, but they are also very important. Provide reasoning for your decision. If we are, for example, organizing course in AI, we will say, okay, this course is organized in a computer informatic classroom at the university, because we would like that every participant has its own personal computer, so that it can type in prompts and etc. In courses which are developed in AI courses which are developed in within academic writing courses, which is for example a common case in Croatia, and embedded librarianship. We should define the acceptable use of AI tools, because sometimes we can put ourselves in the position that we have developed AI course, and that students have done all their tasks by using AI. So that is also a thing that we should avoid. And of course, as we said, be creative and follow up. We should bear in mind, and this is very, very important, that one shoe fits all approach doesn't work anymore, or it works very rarely. So we should tailor our AI course by getting to know our audience. As we said before, the course will not be the same for medicine students, or for the students of for the humanities, or for the employees working at human resources, or employees working at technical department of university. We should adapt our learning outcomes, because our learning outcomes before and after after generative AI availability are not the same. We should put more emphasis on critical thinking. We should put more emphasis on how to come to the certain conclusion, not the conclusion itself. Review and adjust, and which is also important when we are tailoring AI course. If we are, although it is AI course, if we make minimum usage of AI tools, it also should not be looked upon as a problem, because prudency in this case is not clear. Try to avoid policing methods while develop AI courses, and when developing embedded AI courses with information literacy courses and academic writing. Detection software use, mistrust, lack of knowledge, and being left behind, in meaning when we are developing AI courses that, for example, whole university has taken 2 steps forward, and we are still in the same place as we were 2 years ago. It doesn't mean that we need to hurry, but as you say in Croatia, one eye always need to be on the competition, so to say. So it's also important. So here, when delivering AI courses, artificial intelligence courses or information literacy, or that is the question. Here we can see William Shakespeare with a laptop, who is pondering about the way how the course should be delivered. There is a series of questions about this subject, and I can offer you not the correct answers, but I can offer you my standpoint on this subject. First of all, it is always the question, should the course of artificial intelligence literacy will be embedded or standalone? As we have seen that there are standalone courses in information literacy or in academic writing, and then we have embedded information literacy and academic writing, for example. Should be elective or compulsory. At some universities, information literacy courses are elective. At some universities and university libraries, at some universities, these are compulsory courses. Should it be credit bearing? For example, at University of Zadar, we have different credit-bearing university information literacy courses. And should be, which is also very, very important from the educational standpoint of university libraries and librarians, should be organized by library or it should be organized by faculty. This is the question that also has great importance when we are speaking about librarians as educators. Shall we educate our patrons or our students by ourselves, or shall we educate them in the cooperation with university staff as a part of embedded librarianship? There is no certain answer for yes or no, but I would like to point out the fact that every library and every librarian should give its best to provide the reasoning for the fact that we should be the ones that are delivering AI literacy courses. Embedded, not embedded at faculty, at library, it doesn't make much difference. But librarians must be included in teaching AI literacy and as they were included in teaching information literacy. And there is the question, choosing the right method for creating and conducting these courses, and is there a right method? There is no certain answer. But in my experience, augmented existing AI information literacy courses can, at this point, can prove to be sufficient method for including AI literacy in teaching. So we have information literacy course that we had before the uprise of generative AI literacy. Now we have AI course, and then we have a comprehensive information literacy course in which we will embed AI literacy in order to provide our students with a full grasp of knowledge on the current information tools, and to make them and prepare them to become equal stakeholders in the information environment. Now, reasoning behind this approach is multidimensional, but I have tried to put it in just few pointers. First, librarians are already recognized as information literacy educators. So it would be easier for us to just extend that role to AI literacy educators as well, not to make a totally new case for teaching another form of literacy. Further, librarians are known and prone to provide information literacy teaching in formal and informal learning setting, in classroom, in library, at reference desk, at every literally at every point where the user asks certain questions. This provides us with the possibility that we organize these kind of courses in library as standalone courses held by librarians, and also to organize these courses or to work together with faculty staff as embedded librarianship in the faculty. Also, AI literacy as a new subtype of information literacy goes along with the courses of the information literacy itself. So it is it's a natural extension of the course, which is I can't remember the word, but which is important, as I pointed out, ACRL framework and CLEAR framework. We are covering, by this approach, we are covering all the segments from existing frameworks, And we are going in the direction of interlining approach to the information literacy or AI literacy teaching. In that regard, we will have more encompassing approach than if we divide these courses in information literacy course and AI course. With this embedding, we also have, with this intervention, we also have a broader aspect of our courses to learn to our patrons. Also, this approach possess a firm stronghold for promoting development of critical thinking skills. As we said before, different approaches, same goal. This is not the only approach, but this is an approach that I have found to be useful. I will be very happy if in 3, 4, 5, 6 months, I will receive an email from somebody here from the audience and said, Nikita, I have found a better way, and this is it. So because we are all together at the same task of improving information literacy teaching and redefining our role in the current information environment. Now, when we're talking about key takeaways and conclusions, I would like to point out a few things that I consider important. First, librarians are in the unique position to promote values of access, privacy, intellectual property, and etc. These values are somewhat endangered by the generative AI, but the more important thing that the fact that they are endangered is that now is the time to make the best of ourselves to promote these values. Also, nature of our job is changing, but that doesn't mean that librarians will be obsolete, replaced, and etc. It is the opportunity for the enhancement of our job. Generative AI is not here to replace librarians. Generative AI is here to be used as a tool by academic librarians in providing even better services to our patrons and in developing even better standards for libraries. Also, we have a unique role in facilitating informed and responsible use of AI. In the environment in which means to commit academic fraud or other malfunctions are one click away, university librarians, academic librarians have the very important role of promoting ethical use of information technology tools, especially in generative AI tools. Also, and for me personally most important, we should always bear in mind who does the thinking. And the thinking is still done by human, and in foreseeable future, it won't be replaced by a machine. There are a lot of definitions of generative AI, but for me personally, one of the best definitions of generative AI, which is very illustrative, is given by Professor Chris Deed from University of Stanford. He said that generative AI is like a moon. It shines, but it doesn't produce light. It reflects light from the sun. The same thing is a generative AI, generative artificial intelligence. It reflects human knowledge. It does not produce new knowledge. And in that regard, we always must bear in mind we are the ones who does the thinking, and that we are the ones who are responsible for the output of those results and disseminating them to our users. Of course, we need to read the information environment around us, read the university environment. We should react and we should adapt. These tools, which can put us in the position that we are forced change, have also forced us to read, react, and adapt. And in the end, my dear colleagues, I would like to point out and call all of you one thing that I think is very important. We are always hearing from the media, the changes are coming, the changes are inevitable, the university should change, university libraries need to change, university librarians or librarians in general, or people employed at universities should change. No, the change is coming. We are the ones that should steer the change. We are still, so to say, in the driver's seat, at least at our libraries, at least at our universities. We should give our best to utilize generative AI tools to make our libraries better, to make our working communities better, and to make our students even more better and provide them with better services, provide librarians with even more knowledge, and to put emphasis on the importance of the library in this information environment. Thank you. Any questions?
Good morning, I'm Fernando from the University of Cyprus Library. Compliments for the really valuable presentation. I'd like to ask if in the University of Croatia, Zadar, I think you cannot hear me. So I'd like to ask if you have already in your university library, did you start creating and delivering such information literacy, AI information literacy?
Yes, from this academic year, it started 10 days ago. We have offered courses in we offer embedded courses of information literacy that include AI literacy, because at our university, the courses are part of academic writing course, which is obligatory at every department. But also, we have created and offered courses within the library, taught by librarians. They are not credit bearing, they are not compulsory, but they are very useful to our students who want to learn how to use AI tools in a proper way. So we have offered both options to teach AI only the fundamentals within the university, or to teach fundamentals and even something more at a university library.
Thank you. And how did a follow-up question on that? How did you train yourselves, librarians have trained themselves about being able to embed or create such literacy? Because this is very particular. I mean, I wouldn't say that anybody of us, at least in the Cypriot librarianship field, really has the knowledge to do such things.
In that case, we were very really lucky, because at the University of Rijeka, which is a large university in Croatia, there is Edich Adria Group, which is a department of their university for AI, and they are very, very recognized, and they have organized workshops for academic staff in general, and for librarians, and all Croatian librarians who wanted to attend have the possibility to attend courses online and for free. So they have that was the part of their project funded by European Union, and that was the main reason why we have managed to to get a grasp on the subject and to gain some knowledge, to gain adequate knowledge to later on to pass it to our students.
But is it in Croatian or in English? Is there
Yeah, it's in Croatian. It's in Croatian. But I'm not sure. Yeah, it's in Croatian, but I think that part of their learning materials is in English, so I can send you if you like.
Hi, my name is Beatrice. I'm the research director librarian at the University of Bosnia.
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations for your project. My question is actually follow-up question to the follow-up question that you already had. How do you update the contents of the courses and training? I mean, information literacy courses are usually based in more standard values, but AI additions, I assume that needs to be updated constantly because all AI too and the behavior is changing within months. Thank you.
It's a really interesting and good question, and we have also doubts in that regard. And in that regard, we have decided that we will use only one AI tool during the course, and it was GPT 3.5 because it's free. We didn't want to use premium versions because it would be maybe a reason of digital divide because some students can afford it and some students can't. And at this moment, universities in Croatia still don't have institutional subscription to AI tools. That's the first thing. And second, we have tried to play by the ear, but the thing is that we have decided that we will have, for example, 5 learning units, and we stick to them. And based on them, we have had our learning outcomes. But you're completely right, and one of the main to say issues and challenges when it comes to AI courses is the fact that AI is developing so fast that we could find ourselves in a position that at the start of the course something will be brand new, and by the end of the semester it won't be obsolete, but it will be a bit older than it was a few months ago.
Yes. Does your university have any AI policy in general? They speak of this
No, University of Zadar still doesn't have a general AI policy. Again, only university in Croatia, we have 7 public university, only universities in Croatia that has stated its opinion and policy on AI is University of Rijeka, based on that working group and that European Union project. But it is inevitable because we are constantly facing questions like I'm without, is this AI generated or not? There is no possible way of finding out, and there is no restrictions, no policy. It shouldn't be restriction per se, so that we can forbid something. But we don't have policy in general, and that is a big issue that has arisen. Yeah.
because it's like if we get a line,
Of course. Library policies should be aligned with the policies of the universities. But the thing is that one of the roles of academic libraries, according to the literature and according to the common sense, should be that we work on developing these policies because we are information experts. We know how information is valuable and we know what are the consequences of information that is not relevant or correct or information source that cannot be checked. So this is one of the fields where information specialists and university librarians should also strengthen their position within the university in creating university interactive university policies.
Just to complete on this, on your answers actually, about the intellectual property, which is one of the fact that librarians are always we face on that. And we debate with lawyers, etc., that are more considered to this on our behalf. But let me complete to Elena's question that if it's possible to have a national AI policy, because when we are trying to work on the intellectual property policy, we clarify and we decide as a policy for formal regulations. But on the other hand, by the AI, it's not an easy way just to finalize everything that you have to complete to include privacy, intellectual property, and all those factors that librarians are specialized in that. So, which is your opinion about a national AI policy?
National AI policy is certainly one of the ways that the AI can be regulated, for example. But we do have some legislation regulations on the European Union. On the Europe. And IFLAC has European Union has an AI Act which can be administered. United States have a AI policy. Canada has the AI policy. Italy has tried to instill AI policy, but they didn't succeed because their AI policy was very policing method style written. But we every state which is a member of the European Union can build their national AI policy based on EU AI Act, and I think that even in legislative terms that would be possible. And there is that I can see you can have it. It's in as an AI policy, and of course it should be mentioned. UNESCO is an AI policy. That's it. Thank you very much. And just on personal note, thanks to Mr. Zeros for inviting me, and especially I would like to thank Asmia, Eleni, and Stephanie for making me cyberspace at home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nikita. Our next presenter is Dr. Yanis Georgiou. Dr. Yanis Georgiou is a lecturer in the Department of Communication and Internet Studies at the Cyprus University of Technology. He obtained his bachelor degree in education science and his master's degree in science and environmental education from the University of Cyprus. He completed his PhD in new technologies for communication and learning at the Cyprus University of Technology. His research focuses on the design of digital media for social impact. In particular, his research interest includes the design, implementation, and evaluation of immersive digital environments with an emphasis on education and environmental citizenship. His research has been presented at international conferences and published at highly prestigious scientific journals. Yanni, please proceed to the podium for your speech empowering university students in the age of generative AI, the role of institutional librarians in fostering AI literacy.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you today and to have the opportunity to share some thoughts with you about how we can keep pace with the rapid rise of AI in our universities. Over the past few years, we've all witnessed how quickly things have evolved with the emergence and the widespread adoption of generative AI. These changes are already reshaping our higher education systems, influencing how our students are learning and how we as universities must adapt under these new circumstances. So in my presentation today, I will focus on two key aspects. First, how we can empower our university students in this new age, the age of AI. And second, what is the role of our librarians in fostering our university students' AI literacy? Before starting my presentation, I would like to take a moment to thank our university for this invitation and congratulate our librarians for organizing such a timely and much needed event. But why is this such a timely and much needed event? Well, only a few years ago, university learning followed a familiar pattern. Lectures, classroom discussions, projects, assignments, mid exams, final exams, and that was all. However, during the last 2 years, generative AI has dramatically changed this situation. Our students use now these tools to summarize notes, to generate ideas, to prepare for their exams, to draft or even produce fully their assignments. Well, these practices bring exciting opportunities, at least for them. But they also raise urgent questions for us. Questions about academic integrity, about ethics, about responsible use of AI. And at the same time, as academic teachers, we must rethink how we should re-engage our students back into the learning process. We have to think again how to redesign our courses, how to redesign our assignments, how to redesign the way we evaluate their work, and importantly, how to foster the critical thinking in this new educational landscape. But what is AI? And I'm sure that most of you have already a pretty good idea. But here is also a widely cited definition provided by the European Commission, which describes AI technologies as systems that display intelligent behavior by analyzing their environment and taking actions with some degree of autonomy to achieve specific goals. And then everyone now talks about generative AI, but what is generative AI? Well, generative AI is a subset of AI that creates new content, text, images, audio, video, by learning patterns from large datasets and producing outputs that often resemble human work. The most prominent example, of course, in our universities nowadays is ChatGPT, which has been largely embraced by our students. And then another question is why our students have embraced these technologies? Why our students use generative AI? The literature shows that tools like ChatGPT can support our students in multiple ways. They simplify difficult concepts, enhancing their understanding. They help with assignments from brainstorming to final edits. They support interactive learning by providing immediate feedback to them. And most importantly, they act as a personalized tutor for them, adapting to each student's learning needs and fostering what we call self-directed learning. And here are some interesting statistics I'd like to share with you today. So according to the Student Generative AI Survey 2015, published by the Higher Education Policy Institute in London, and based on responses from over 1,000 university students, the proportion of students using any AI tool has jumped from 66% in 2024 to 92% in 2025. And the major purpose they are using these tools is for generating text. Moreover, the proportion of students using generative AI for their assessment has risen from 53% last year to 88% this year. And the top reasons our students using AI, according to what they mentioned, is for saving time and for improving the quality of their work. And importantly, while 2/3 of the students believe that AI is essential in today's work, only about 1/3 of the students has reported having received any formal training from the universities and their institutions. And this is worrying. This is alarming. The lack of training is actually very alarming, because if we go back to the literature, we find there that generative AI comes with many risks and many concerns. First, academic integrity is at stake, and we know this as academics, as teachers that we interact with our students, because all they may submit AI-generated work as their own. And this in turn has fueled the demand of plagiarism detection tools. Second, there are issues of accuracy and reliability, because AI outputs may contain outdated information, inaccurate information, or even fabricated information known as hallucinations. Third, AI carries bias and ethical risks, as models trained on large datasets can reproduce discriminatory patterns or generate harmful content. And finally, heavy reliance on AI can have cognitive and social impacts, weakening critical thinking, writing, and problem-solving skills to our students, while also reducing human interaction and decreasing the risk for social isolation. In this context, many universities around the world, including our university, are facing difficult times, are facing challenges in how to respond to the widespread adoption of generative AI by our students. And while some universities moved quickly to ban these technologies, others have embraced them with little or no restrictions. However, Walter, in his very recent work, a very interesting article I highly recommend it to you, argues that neither of these polarized approaches is really effective, because banning AI outright is often impractical, is difficult to enforce, and importantly, risks leaving our students completely unprepared for a future where we know for sure that AI will be literally everywhere. On the other hand, allowing unrestricted use raises questions about whether our students are really learning anything, because we cannot always be sure whether they have done or not the cognitive work they expect for them, or how their work should be fairly assessed at the end of the day. So, since neither banning nor unrestricted use is effective, the real solutions and their solution in my position today is that we need to foster our students' AI literacy, so to help them engage with these tools in a more conscious and in a more responsible way. More specifically, Walter suggests that AI AI literacy will encourage our students to see generative AI not simply as a tool that does the work for them, but mostly as a sparring partner, something to practice with, to challenge their thinking, and to offer new perspectives. Like any sparring partner, however, AI is not always right, and its outputs should never be taken or presented as once off. But what is AI literacy? Early definitions focus mainly on a technocentric perspective, aiming at supporting our students of how AI works to a more competence-based perspective, highlighting a set of skills related to needed to evaluate their technologies, to collaborate with them, and to apply them more effectively and more productively in our everyday life. And finally, more recently, a more critical and a more ethical, let's say, perspective has emerged, emphasizing the ability to question AI outputs, to recognize the limitations and societal implications, and ensure that these tools are used in responsible and ethical ways. The $1 million question, of course, is what is the level of our university students' AI literacy? According to a recent global survey with more than 5,000 Gen Z participants aged from 17 to 27 years old, students demonstrate a strong understanding of where AI is used in everyday life, such as in translation, in pattern recognition, or in chatbots. However, their skills are much weaker when it comes to prompting, with many struggling on how to use effective strategies to guide these generative AI tools. And even more concerning, only 1/3 of these respondents showed awareness of AI limitations, such as hallucinations and data privacy issues, highlighting a significant gap in their critical understanding of these technologies. So, these findings highlight the urgency for investing in our students' AI literacy. And in response, some frameworks have been developed combining technical knowledge, practical skills, and ethical awareness, while also placing emphasis on media, digital, and information literacy. For instance, the OECD AI Elite Framework describes a progression of student expertise from engaging with AI to managing and designing AI, underscoring the importance of evaluation, copyright, and safety issues. Likewise, Kennedy's AI Literacy Framework, built on UNESCO's Digital Literacy Global Framework, explicitly identifies information and data literacy as a core component. This includes using AI to access and organize information, evaluating AI outputs, and using techniques to improve AI performance. My point here is that what these frameworks make crystal clear is that information literacy, media literacy, digital literacy are also core and very central in our current endeavors to foster our students' university learning, our students' AI literacy. So, this is exactly where you as instructional librarians can play a pivotal role. So librarians, instructional librarians, due to their long-standing expertise in guiding students critically evaluate sources, their skills in addressing academic integrity and copyright issues, and their grounding in the ACRF framework for information literacy are also well positioned to support our university students' AI literacy. The assignments in this course has been traditionally a mini literature review, where our choose a topic, then they formulate a research question and search databases such as Scopus for retrieving relevant research sources. Finally, they are asked to summarize and synthesize 5 articles and cite them using the AK style. To support this process, we would invite each year our instructional librarian, our beloved Athina Evagoru, into our classroom, and her role was very crucial in helping our students identify appropriate scholarly databases, guiding them in effective search strategies, showing them how to evaluate sources, supporting them in summarizing the literature, and teaching proper citation practices. In other words, our instructional librarian ensured that our students could navigate the information landscape with rigor and with confidence. But nowadays, in this new age, the age of generative AI, I will posit that these traditional practices are no longer enough. As I have already shared with you, AI is reshaping how our students approach their academic tasks. Moving forward, our instructional librarians must therefore extend their role beyond supporting students in finding, evaluating, and citing sources to also guiding them using more responsibly AI. As I will outline in my next slides, this means introducing our students to new practices that can totally transform even a traditional assignment like a mini literature review. These practices include using generative AI for brainstorming purposes, practicing prompt design to improve AI outputs, balancing AI tools with cognitive engagement, and critically evaluating AI-generated content. More specifically, one way our instructional librarians can extend their support in the context of this literature review assignment is, for example, showing our students how to use generative AI tools for brainstorming. It's a good thing. It's okay to let them experiment and use these tools for brainstorming. So students can learn how to use AI in order to generate or refine topic ideas for the reviews. It's okay to get suggestions for their searching keywords, as well as for possible databases that can explore. However, what is important for our students to understand is that tools like ChatGPT may be a helpful brainstorming partner, but not relying to contact their actual searches since it often fabricates sources. Another important area where instructional librarians may support our university students is in prompt engineering. Put simply, prompts are the inputs we give to generative AI, but the way we frame them makes a significant difference to the quality of the output we get back. And prompt engineering is the practice of designing these inputs strategically in order to get more accurate and more relevant responses. For example, In zero-shot prompting, our students will give AI directly a task. For instance, list me 10 keywords that I can use for researching the Scopus database. By contrast, in role-based prompting, our students will assign AI a role. For instance, asking AI to respond as an instructional librarian, which will typically produce a very different kind of output, often with greater focus and relevance. A third way librarians can support university students is by demonstrating how AI tools can scaffold their work. And in the example I'm using today for you, how AI tools can help them, can scaffold different aspects of their literature review process. For example, tools like Insightful or Elicit can help our students with their literature discovery, while other tools like ChatPDF and Scholarly can help our students summarize articles. And by introducing such tools, librarians can guide our students toward using their time more effectively, shifting their effort from more mechanical toward more intellectual tasks. However, what should be made clear is that while these tools can accelerate tasks like locating, organizing, and summarizing sources, they cannot replace critical thinking. They cannot replace analysis. They cannot replace synthesis, which are essential tasks for a literature review. So students must still evaluate sources. Our students must still identify gaps in the literature. Our students must still build their own arguments. These are inherently cognitive tasks that AI cannot perform meaningfully on behalf of them. Besides, over-reliance on AI can lead to cognitive overloading and reduce critical thinking. Therefore, our instructional librarians should present AI tools as a support for efficiency and not as a substitute for our students' intellectual engagement. A fourth area where librarians can guide our university students is the critical evaluation of AI outputs. This means teaching our students to ask and answer the right questions. For example, let's imagine a scenario where a instructional librarian gives students an AI-generated mini literature review and then engages students in a sequence of reflective questions, such as, for instance, how would you decide if this generated source is credible or fabricated? If AI generates a text, who owns this text? What steps did the AI skip when it produced this paragraph? What questions should we ask when reviewing AI outputs? What's missing? What needs verification? How does AI participate or distort the scholarly conversation? And how is prompting an AI similar to or different from searching in databases? Now, let me reveal my secret and tell you that these questions that I have just presented are not random questions. Actually, these questions are well connected to a framework that you are already aware. They are connected to the Association College and Research Libraries framework, briefly known as the ACIL framework. So this framework has been long used by instructional librarians to guide university students build their information literacy. And according to the literature, the same framework, which comprises 6 frames, can be now adapted to guide our university students in these difficult times to develop their AI literacy. More specifically, the framework highlights that authority is constructed, and therefore AI cannot replace expert or verified sources. That information is a creation process. Therefore, AI generated texts which are not peer-reviewed may contain inaccuracies. That information has value and therefore must be treated carefully and must be cited appropriately. That research is an inquiry-based process with AI serving as the starting point, but never as the final destination. That scholarship takes a form of conversation, noting that AI outputs may disrupt academic dialogue, and that searching includes strategic exploration, highlighting that meaningful research requires far more than reliance on AI alone. And I would like to conclude my presentation by briefly highlighting the ways in which instructional librarians can foster AI literacy to university students. First of all, the literature reports that this can be accomplished through extended educational interventions. For instance, Laflamme, in her recent work, describes a learning intervention encompassing 4 stages: foundations of AI literacy, engaging with AI literacy, critical evaluation and ethical use of AI, and advanced topics and future directions. However, AI literacy can be also gradually developed through shorter standalone activities, such as, for instance, giving to the students a generated AI output and working with them, asking them to reflect and see what's wrong with such output. Librarians can also foster AI literacy through a variety of digital initiatives, such as online learning modules, video tutorials, and webinars. And finally, another powerful step instructional librarians can take is the development of guides that provide students with practical strategies and resources to critically engage with AI tools. And with this, I'd like to highlight that, as many of you already know, our university library has already taken this important step with developing a new online guide that helps both students and faculty members use AI more effectively and more responsibly. I would therefore like to congratulate our library and its director, Mario Zervas, for their dedication to empowering our community, a commitment which is clearly reflected in this beautiful guide. And finally, a special thank you to our instructional librarian, Atinaga Woru, for their continuous support to our faculty, as well as to our CAT librarians for their valuable role in advancing such initiatives. So thank you very much, Atina. Thank you, CAT librarians, and many thanks to all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will share insights on librarians in the age of AI, building skills, building impact. Presented for the upcoming session is Maria Granum, member of the Liaison Librarians team. The department was established in 2008. Its mission is to act as a liaison between academic departments and the library, ensuring high-quality support tailored to business easily. The subject librarians are specialized in the subject domain of the faculty they serve. Their core responsibilities include collaborating with academic and research staff on collection development, evaluating and recommending library tools and resources, designing and delivering group and individual educational seminars, creating and maintaining lead guides, and of course, promoting information literacy across the campus. Moreover, the subject librarians actively engage in specialized conference and professional development seminars, contribute to research projects, and continuously monitor developments in librarianship and information science. Maria?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today we are going to explore how librarians can thrive in the age of artificial intelligence and by building new skills, reimagining our professional roles, and maximizing our impact within academic environments. So, this presentation is a result of the collaborative work for my amazing team, the liaison librarians of the Cyprus University of Communication. Artificial intelligence enables machines to think, learn, and make decisions like humans. AI is deeply embedded in our daily lives, from search engine, chatbots, recommendation systems, and data analytic tools. For our librarians, understanding AI is no longer optional. It's something that is central, is essential, and it's enabled to in order to support research, teaching, and information research. What AI, you have already called what AI literacy means. I'm just referring to this as having the knowledge and critical skills to understand, evaluate, and use AI tools responsibly. It's about ethics, it's about fairness, and the impact of AI information, learning, and society. For librarians, AI literacy is key to supporting users, to teaching information literacy, and making ethical decisions about technology. Our roles as librarians is transforming rapidly. A continuous professional development is essential as AI transforms education and information services. Librarians must reimagine our roles from information providers to digital innovators and AI facilitators. Upskilling ensures capable and ready for the AI-driven world. Therefore, the need to invest in targeted training enhances library operation and service quality. Such programs equip librarians to handle data privacy, ethical biases, and maintenance challenges. Libraries must implement structured ongoing training that promote exploration, hands-on experience, and ethical reflection. Professional development should be inclusive, should be flexible, and aligned with technological advancements. According to the bibliography, user responsible. Therefore, our role as librarians act as both learners and educators in the AI landscape. So, according to Coase, AI focuses on how we might shift the competency required for the four existing academic library roles. For information literacy trainers, the change involves the integration of a new type of information resource and new ways of integrating into those resources, which all grounded in critical information literacy principles. For managers, especially those responsible for leadership around AI, it's about refocusing of attention. It's a shift towards AI technology across the library, guided by emerging vision of what AI can enable within library services. For data specialists, the shift is more
translation of existing skills. Overall, library staff needs to develop basic AI literacy, especially in understanding its ethical dimension. This is not just theory. It involves hands-on exploration of emerging AI technologies and their impact on information service. Librarians also need to observe how user behaves in evolving in the AI era, so they can support AI in ways that they truly meet their needs. This study has employed a systematic literature review of 3 peer-reviewed articles published between 2020 and 2025 to explore how librarians can be empowered by artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence skills, and competencies to operate effectively within the AI era. Findings have shown that librarians increasingly require to possess specific AI-related skills and competencies to use emerging technologies and enhance library operation of users and experiences. Some studies emphasize digital literacy and technical skills, such as using and maintaining AI-powered tools, while others focus on analytical and critical thinking. In addition, researchers highlight the importance of data-related competencies and ethical skills, particularly as AI systems manage sensitive user data. Overall, the literature underscores the need for librarians to develop diverse AI competencies to remain effective and relevant in modern library environments. Additionally, libraries must have strong pedagogical skills to educate users on AI and guide them in developing digital information literacy competencies that incorporate AI awareness. This study highlights the importance of strategic investments, continued professional development, and cross-sector collaborations to ensure equitable access to AI tools and training. Finally, it emphasizes the need for librarians to acquire leadership skills, enabling them to lead or actively participate in AI initiatives within their institution. So how can we practically develop those skills? By attending conferences and workshops, which allow us to exchange experiences, stay up to date. By attending webinars, online sessions, which allow us to follow the new tools and platforms. We can also create internal learning communities, reading groups, discussion circles, mini conference, which allow us to share knowledge and reflect together. Beyond that, participation in international projects like the Erasmus program fosters collaboration and cross-cultural learning. Using academic library guides, studying open educational resources, and self-education all play an important role. Essentially, we build our own learning ecosystem by being curious, proactive, and connected. Libraries are becoming active contributors in shaping how AI is understood and used. Across the world, libraries create AI-like guides for students, researchers, and educators. Those guides, they offer tutorials, frameworks, learning opportunities, which allows librarians to lead AI literacy. The need to update existing skills is not something new for the library profession. Most librarians appreciate the need to constantly learn and update their skills. Usually, this is often a result of a personal effort. The professional associations like ACRL, they offer a variety of free opportunities for learning.
webinars, podcasts, online courses. UNESCO frameworks also provide global guidance on the responsible use of AI in education. These resources empower librarians to build skills, to stay informed and about technological trends, and they promote ethical and effective AI practices within their institute. At the Cyprus University of Technology, we have taken some steps towards AI practices. Firstly, we focus on collaboration and shared learning. Our motto, build knowledge and build bridges, reflects on creating teamwork and continuous education. Through initiatives like those seminars having today, we strengthen our capacity information literacy, and we provide open access resources that support lifelong learning. Through the Erasmus Educability Project, we collaborated with our partners to develop a virtual learning environment that offers accessible and flexible learning opportunities. The educational framework covers 7 information-related literacies that promote a strong culture of lifelong learning. The Educability Project was honored recently with an innovation award from the Foundation for the Management of European Lifelong Learning Programs. This initiative not only empowers librarians through education, but it also demonstrates how collaboration and innovation can enhance library social responsibility and educational impact within their communities. The Alliance on Librarians have also created an AI guide, was mentioned earlier, to support various audiences like faculties, researchers, students, librarians. And this guide covers foundational AI concepts, prompt engineering, ethical considerations, usage strategies, and different tools. It was designed to help our community engage with AI confidently and responsibly. By offering this guide, we position our library as a learning partner in the digital transformation of higher education. Looking ahead, collaboration is key. Library management should develop structured programs to train staff in AI competencies such as data analytics and ethical AI use. Schools of library science should integrate AI into their curricula, preparing future professionals to evaluate and implement those tools. Professional associations would create frameworks with wide national committees should support funding and policies promoting AI interest. Together, those actions will ensure that libraries will not only adapt to the change, but actively shape the future of knowledge in the AI era. Thank you for your attention. I hope this presentation has inspired you to see AI as not as a challenge, but as an opportunity for librarians to expand their impact and their knowledge. And I would just like to take a few minutes just to show you the library that we have created with my team. And it will just take 2 minutes. Do you have any questions before to Maria or Yannis? Thank you, Maria. Anyone?
Okay, we'll proceed to the COVID break now. When we return, have any questions? Please? Κάτσε εδώ, που είσαι η τρίτη σειρά.
Καλά, όχι, μπορούμε να κάτσουμε και εκεί όμως.
Μου αρέσει. William μου, και τσάχτες δάμε. Επειδή είσαι στο άλλο σου. Όχι, να έρθεις μετά. Βάλα εδώ.
Αφού τώρα το William το λάθος, εμάς δεν κάτσει, πήγε. Άντε, ωραία. Και ζάλισα και... Εντάξει, κάτσε εκεί.
Welcome back to the second part of our symposium. Let us now welcome our next presenter, Mr. Carlos Brasidas, who will share his study on AI and digital transformation, challenges and opportunities. Carlos Brasidas is the founder and executive director of Ardes, and is a national non-profit center based in Cyprus with more than 2 decades of global engagement. He is a professor of learning relations and policy at the University of Nicosia. A lifelong learner, teacher, researcher, innovator, and social entrepreneur, he led the design and implementation of hundreds of initiatives in more than 40 countries. With a passion for education, digital transformation, well-being, and social justice, he represents Cyprus in European and international networks. He has published several books and over 100 journal articles, edited volumes, and conference proceedings. He co-directs the European Teacher Career and Wellbeing Observatory and the Pan-European Initiative Permanent Digital, focusing on a whole school approach to digital well-being. He co-chairs the Cyprus Education Summit and the Global Event Learning Innovation Summit. Mr. President?
Almera, good morning. Thank you for the honor to be here with you. I wear a couple of hats. The first used to be a primary school teacher. So I will know a very Lascalian approach to today's session. Couple of quick remarks. Apologies, I missed the first sessions. Actually, you had some very interesting presentations. I was reflecting a bit on this, and I think that I was talking to a friend outside. Maybe I start my speech by saying, half a century ago, I was a primary school. Very impressive, huh? And thinking about what happens in education, going through all the phases of education, primary school teacher, now I teach teachers at the university for the last 20 years, and I do global research in the area. I think every 5 years we come up with a new literacy. The new one is AI. Maybe something else will come up, but I have an opinion about that, and it might not be the same with everybody. That's the beauty of discussion. So let me say a few things first. An indication of maturity is how many glasses you have to learn to figure out things. So, yeah, we know AI is everywhere. I mean, there is a big fuss about it. And, the interesting thing, the first time it came out 2 or 3 years ago, in the sense came out, meaning available to the large masses without the need to know programming, but only language. Immediately, the first reaction, you need to ban it, Nature is, nobody's gonna do anything. The same that happened with the calculators. Those of us who were in high school and we started using calculators, in many of the exams and tests, you were not allowed to use a calculator. You had to figure out everything on your own. So it's a typical reaction in many technologies. And if you look at the history of educational technology, you'll also notice that every time a new tool comes out, either we ban it or it will replace teachers with this tool, and then we need to situate ourselves somewhere in the middle, okay? And Larry Cuban, a very known historian of education, talks about that in one of his most famous books is, technology meets classroom. Classroom wins, okay? That's the history of education technology. Now, we know that the impact of education it's going to come. It's not there, but it will have an impact. So what exactly we can discuss? In work, definitely it's going to have, it's already having, and even though latest research shows that from large companies, and I always say large, I mean with thousands of employees, about 5% of them actually see the return on investment on using AI. However, the path and the trajectory for that is changing dramatically. And we know that. And also, it comes with a lot of issues and dangers. You know that technology and AI hallucinates. So there was a recent scandal with one of the big companies in Australia that did a big contract for the Australian government. And now the government asks for a refund because it turns out that the big report they prepared for them was AI generated. And in many cases, a lot of the content hallucinated. Making up references, so there are a lot of issues coming up. Impact on well-being, probably it's one of the areas that it has the most impact right now. If you look at how, for example, in the US, Gen AI is used right now, at least not now, but 6 months ago when I was looking at the report, I say 6 months because it's changing a lot. It's mental health support, companionship. We don't have enough friends. We don't have love in our lives. We talk to others. That's what's happening. And next week, I had a meeting with UNICEF. We're running a project with UNICEF in Cyprus for the National Mental Health Strategy. And we're going to talk about a tool they developed in which you can use technology, AI, and many other things for interface. So anyway, the impact is going to touch in many areas, and I think it's very interesting to follow. Now, we know that, I mean, you heard all of this, I'm going to spend time on this, but there is a lot of changes, and the impact can be on automations, efficiency, better planning. AI is very good in calculations, so it takes up a lot. For a very long time, AI could not feel, have empathy, or show creativity. There are many people that still are good, it cannot do that. There are others that actually started doing that. And it will be doing it much better than what we think it actually can. And there will be a lot of changes there. But in education, the same happens as I mentioned at the beginning, that when there is a new tool, we think it's going to change everything. Okay. Probably one of the areas that can have the biggest impact is personalized learning. Are you aware with the Khan Academy? It's very known, one of the first video-driven academies, spelled Khan, Khan Academy. Well, not recently, here, 2 years now, they've been developing on an avatar on the site called Khan Nivo, the friend, the chatbot that guides learners as they work on different tasks. Okay, for example, there's a mathematical problem, they start doing it, and then when the avatar sees that there's no progress, it gives prompting guidance and so on. The same with writing, so. And this is based on the assumption, a very known old research that shows that individual tutoring has been demonstrated to be one of the strongest pedagogical approaches you can use. And usually it has a score differentiation to standard deviation above any other intervention. So the individual tutoring, when it's good and can do all that. So that's the premise. It's not clear yet, but that's what things are moving. Of course, recently, about a week ago, no, 3 days ago, OECD released the TALIS study. We are not familiar with TALIS. It's the teacher survey that the OECD does globally about different things. One of them is on AI. They have a section on AI, of course. I think about 1/3 of teachers are using it to prepare lessons, get rubrics, build assignments, and so on. But of course, it's too early to see any impact on actual learning or teaching practices yet, but it's happening. Now, I think we can talk about this for an hour. If I have 2 things I would like to communicate with you, one is this, and the other is coming later on. So, I think in education, we have a lot of tensions. We don't agree a lot. On the one hand, there's a big debate, at least there was and still is, for the last. I've been in the field of digital learning for almost 30 years, and the debate is still on. Do we prefer digital or analog? And then the face-to-face, when the online came, huge debate. No, what are you saying? Online is not the same. While they know that my student did the assignment and it's not somebody else and he gave it. These were, in '96, I was designing online classes in Arizona. I was doing my PhD, and my idea was to compare face-to-face with online interaction. '96, and then debates are still about the same. They're still going. We have this struggle. We still believe that the traditional face-to-face instruction is the best for everyone. Well, it's not. All the research shows that schools are failing, universities are failing, preparing for the labor market. Everybody's failing. I don't know who's succeeding, like not yet, not everybody's failing. Then we have a big issue about connection and disconnection, particularly online with the remote. The idea of having time to disconnect is essential, not just for your well-being, but actually to be productive and effective teacher and or learner. Paper, digital, we know from research that reading on paper is deeper and faster. We know that there is a lot of research compared to screens. Okay. Then we have a big thing about schools don't have technology. We need to learn. But then on the other hand, we want to ban technology. Now we're rushing to ban social media, we're rushing to ban the use of mobile devices. We know there are enough technology tools in schools, but smartphones we want to ban because we don't know what to do with them. Okay, so there is also another tension there. And of course, the big thing about innovation or regulation. So, in Europe, we like to regulate first and then innovate. That's why we play catch-up game in AI with all the other countries. Okay, first we regulate. What should be the role of humans in all of this? What can humans do? What should teachers do? Are we really going for transformation? Will we have a role? And you say I had a similar event there. We organized the sex education Sunday, and my majority is teachers. And last year when I opened up the conference, I said, in 5 years we will not be teachers. Wow, even that's CRM conversation. But there will be a role, and we have to see what exactly is technology good and what humans, what can we do and how we leverage. We have always had a problem on moderating and assigning the right role to technology and how to actually work with technology, because that's the key. And of course, I shared earlier some of the speakers, critical, of course, it goes without saying, is the most important. The ability to build connections between us and the relationships and creativity. Why connection is crucial? For several reasons. The first is that the large majority of research on longevity, how long we live, shows one factor. It's not nutrition, it's not DNA, it's not smoking or alcohol. It's the quality of relationships you have that define how long you will live. Believe it or not, that's number one. The second most important, school climate research. And anything that has to do with culture within an organization, the most important factor is relationships at the workplace, is relationships at school, and how students, learners, and teachers all work together. That's why the human connection is essential. Now, there is also a lot of debate whether AI impacts learning and whether it will have higher scores and so on. Well, at least as of now, we don't have that such an evidence, okay? I don't know if we will have at some point, but I suspect we will not, in what sense? The history of education technology shows that the tool, technology itself, either is radio, TV, internet, computer, AI, does not impact by its own the learning outcomes, okay? But it impacts and it affords, with the concept of affordances, what different tools can afford. So, some tools afford certain pedagogical approaches that others do not. So the important factor that actually impacts is the instructional design and how we design instruction and how these tools can support. Okay, and this is, of course, for everything I told you so far, there is research that backs up what I say, but there is research that says exactly the opposite. Hey, we have to accept this. Unfortunately or fortunately, this is what is happening in social research. Okay, you can find studies that support business, studies that support that. Now, a lot of challenges, privacy concerns, equity and access. I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and again, the issue of abundance came up, meaning that AI will bring about abundance. That is, the capabilities of AI will improve productivity, will generate more wealth and knowledge, and that will be shared with everybody. Yeah. And then everybody will be happy, there will be no poverty, everybody will be able to learn. Okay, well, so far we say exactly the opposite. Okay. We have maybe 4 or 5 companies controlling all the computing power and algorithms and the biggest large language models, and there are a lot of debates around that. Transparency, it's a huge issue, on how your data is used. In ChatGPT, for example, there is a little click you can choose and say, don't use my prompts and data to train your model. But it gives you a little folder and asterisk that you can check out all in those very big things. And says, yes, but I will keep the data for 30 days. Okay. So, but nobody tells you exactly who will do that data. So I suspect if I am a large language model. And what does AI need to work? Three things. Okay, the first is energy. And there's a huge issue there, the impact it has on climate change and the environment. The second is computing power, and the other is data. That's why those who have access to data are really faster, large language models and so on. Have 2 3 minutes? How's the time schedule?
It's okay. Yes, 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay. Very good. Okay, so many risks. I'm not going to go into them, but if you want, we can discuss it later. Now, if I was going to have to teach my son, okay, one skill, actually because we have so many competency frameworks, now we have 3 4 different ones on AI actually. You have the OECD, then UNESCO, then the code program that they came together. It is something that you have the EU, then you have I was an expert committee for the European Commission on Teaching Informatics who are trying to develop their own. So we have the EdTech-Com, the entrepreneurship, the Green-Com, the Red-Com, we have the life skills, Life-Com. Suddenly we decided life skills are important and we need a competency framework for it. Because the digital we have many. But I pick one, and that's literacy. Unquestionable. Because when you develop literacy, and it suggests a criticality. I do not need to say you have to be critical. You cannot be literate if you are not critical. Okay? And you cannot use prompting if you are not good in language. And you cannot be critical on the output of the AI if your language skills are not strong. So if I had to choose one, the primary would be literacy. So we need to focus on it. We forget that. And then time there is a new tool coming out, we rush to the tool and we forget the fundamentals. Yet we know that 1 in 5 of 15-year-olds, they perform very poorly on literacy, okay, in Europe. And we have big challenges there. And of course, AI literacy, all those things that I've said earlier are very important, but if I have to prioritize, that would be. And this is an example of an initiative we are now in higher education in 5 universities in Europe. How do you develop that literacy, the criticality of the way technology is used? But one of the important ones is the thinker that we coordinate with the European Schoolnet. European Schoolnet is the network of ministries of education in Europe, for those of you who don't know. And we're developing a series of interventions in schools to see how can we teach this criticality and authentic learning, maintaining a gender sensitive framework. Because one of the criticisms of AI is that it's bias towards minorities, gender, and other groups. Okay. And the last program that we are doing randomized science in 50 schools now is how can we use all these tools and help teachers use not just AI, all the digital tools to promote a whole school culture and caring for the well-being. Because we know for a fact that if there is one factor that highly correlates with good learning performance, is the level of well-being in schools, okay? And ours. So I went very bam, hold a little volume and be available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. President? Do you have any questions? No?
That's very clear.
As always.
So thank you, Mr. President, for the excellent presentation. Now we move on to our next present. May I invite Dr. William Domicher from German Medical Institute to present Research 2.0, where human curiosity meets AI capability. Dr. William Domicher is an AI officer at the German Medical Institute with a diverse background spanning clinical neuroscience research, strategy consulting, and AI implementation. With a PhD in clinical neuroscience from the University College London, William has authored numerous publications in high-impact journals and possesses deep expertise in conducting clinical research and data analysis. Following completion of his PhD, William was part of the business consulting unit at PricewaterhouseCoopers, where he conducted large-scale research studies for European Union institutions and delivering strategic consulting across healthcare and life science sectors. Currently, William is part of the AI department at the German Medical Institute and responsible for coordinating the safe, responsible, and ethical development of AI across both clinical and operational departments, bringing together his researchers' understanding of scientific challenges, his consultant strategy perspective, and his insight into how AI tools can transform both research and clinical practice. Join us, William.
Thank you very much. Did I send you that introduction? I don't know where you found it, but thank you. But thank you all for joining this session. Thank you to Stephanie and the university for the invitation. I think when we first sort of got asked to present or to be part of this symposium, we were sort of discussing with the CEO of the German Medical Institute whether we should or not. And I think there was a lot of value in us as a relatively new department at the hospital to sort of learn from other sectors in how they go about deploying, adopting, educating people on AI use, and how we can then transfer these good practices to a hospital clinical setting, and vice versa. What have we done today at the German Medical Institute, which could then also apply to other sectors? Just a quick disclaimer. So some Gen AI was used to generate this presentation, but all of the content has been sort of validated by me. So, like Stephanie said, I'm an AI officer at the German Medical Institute. For those that don't know, the German Medical Institute is a private hospital in Limassol. We provide healthcare services under GSI, which is the general healthcare system in Cyprus. In the last, we've been around for 8 years. We've grown from 3 departments to now 33 departments with over 650 employees. And we recently took the strategic decision to establish a dedicated AI department. So this sort of relates a lot to what was said in the keynote lecture at the very beginning, where having a centralized coordinated unit to oversee the adoption of AI is an approach that a lot of not only hospitals, but a lot of businesses are taking moving forwards. The content of this presentation is going to change based on what was already discussed. We don't want to sort of repeat a lot of things that were said already through the various conversations. But just to give you a very quick introduction about my background, so Stephanie covered already. So I did a PhD in clinical neuroscience at UCL, where I used not generative AI, but more machine learning algorithms in my day-to-day research. When I decided to move back to Cyprus, I was born and grew up in Cyprus. I speak Greek also. Then I moved to PwC, where I worked as a healthcare consultant for a number of years. At PwC, we worked on a very large European Commission study, which was about the deployment of AI in healthcare. Although there are a lot of AI tools developed in the healthcare sector, none of these are actually being used and deployed within a healthcare setting. So how can we address this challenge? So this was a little bit the scope of this challenge, where it was for 1 year, we spoke with many hospitals on a global scale, not only hospitals, but AI developers, doctors, patients, etc. And we learned sort of a lot of good practices. So then I went to the German Medical Institute and told them, listen, you are very forward-looking, innovative. If we want to drive change, then we need a dedicated AI department. So I sort of created a new job for myself. And this is how I'm in my current role now. But just before we go in, I want to give why AI is important. And these are some examples from the healthcare sector. We can have examples from any other business sector. And it's important to show why it's important to embrace technologies such as AI and then implement it in our day-to-day practice. So some examples here, and this is some data that is available already. For breast cancer diagnosis, using AI, there is a 17.6% higher breast cancer detection rates with AI compared to standard approach. This has been recently published from a very large university hospital in Germany. Discovery of new drugs reduced from 5 to 6 years to 1 year with AI. 80% of professionals in this sector use AI today. 17% reduction in sepsis deaths. So this is a life-threatening infection that kills millions globally. That's 22 real people who survived because AI helped doctors intervene earlier. AI scribes. These are sort of AI that sits silently in the background, listens to conversations between a doctor and a patient, and then writes a summary of the conversation. So rather than the doctor sitting behind the laptop, they can actually sit face to face and engage with the patient. So AI scribes save an estimated 5 minutes per encounter. So if the doctor sees 20 patients per day, that's 100 minutes, that's 8 hours per week, that's 1 working day. These are only sort of the operational benefits. There are a lot of other benefits for AI scribes. And then 50 to 70% automation of administrative tasks. So there's an average 30 hours per week are spent on paperwork. Doctors today are not actually doing clinical work, they're doing a lot of administrative work. So this is where AI can help, and this is not only the case in healthcare. I think this applies to a lot of other sectors. And these are some examples of where AI can be used in healthcare. I'm not going to go into it. It's not sort of, I don't think it's relevant here. I mean, we are diagnostics and imaging. This is something that's already quite mature, quite advanced. We are already using it at the GMI to help in diagnosing conditions through X-rays or MRIs, etc. But there are a lot of potential areas. So now we're going to sort of take a slight switch to generative AI. We already introduced what is generative AI, so I'm not going to go into details, but it's how to create new original context, which can be text, images, videos, music, whatever you want. And these are some examples of publicly available tools. I think a lot of you are aware of these. And I think why it's important to emphasize generative AI is because it's becoming so integrated within our day-to-day life that it's sort of replacing Google. People are not Googling things anymore, they're just ChatGPTing it. So ChatGPT receives about 2.5 billion prompts per day. Google has 14 billion searches daily. Now, given that ChatGPT has only been around for 2 years now, it's catching up very quick, and it eventually will replace Google. But how these two tools, how they provide us with information is very different. ChatGPT will give you a block of text. If you ask for a reference, it might give you a reference, whether that's accurate or not. And then you basically blindly sometimes trust this output and then use it for whatever use case you want. Google, now has introduced Gemini also, that also provides an AI generated response, but it gave you a link. You as a user had to be critical. Do I trust this link or not? And then extract the information from that. So it's basically how we retrieve information is changing, and I think we've covered this already quite a lot. So when we talk about generative AI, most AI healthcare applications, they already leverage existing large language models. We're not trying, and I think this is what most AI developers are doing. They're not trying to reinvent the wheel. They take the existing models, so whether that's GPT, whether that's Claude, whether it is that Gemini, and then they tailor, they fine-tune them for the specific problem or use case they're trying to solve. So in the example of healthcare, a lot of these AI models that are being developed and are being used today, they take these large language models and then customize them with either medical knowledge, and they are integrated into the clinical workflows. And this is one example of how it's done at our hospital. So in our hospital, we have, and I think this is the same for all businesses, we have standard operating procedures, guidelines, documents. We've got over 2,000 documents across the entire hospital. When someone wanted to find information, very recently, they had to open this folder, look for their department. It was amazing, impossible to navigate. You can never find the information. And as a result, people were searching for this information on ChatGPT. So what we did is we worked with a company, Olas Medical, where we developed a RAG. So this is a retrieve, augment, generate. It uses already, like I said, existing large language models. We uploaded all of our documents onto the system, and then as someone is using ChatGPT, then they can search for information specifically from our own internal documents and guidelines. So the response will only be based on the information contained within our documents. So I think this is how one example of how these large language models can work within your own organizations. And I think it's quite useful. But the other point to consider is how do you then interact with these tools, right? Because a lot of these problems were highlighted already. There are hallucinations, and generative AI can constantly provide false information. If you try to tell, I don't think you'll ever get a response from ChatGPT saying, I do not know. You will say something, and then you say, no, sorry, you're wrong. You said, sorry, you're right. Then give you another
Yes.
response, and then it goes on like that. So, and then an example is generative AI can create fake medical journal citations. So recently we were sort of publishing a paper with the medical oncology department, and I sort of on ChatGPT, because it's not really my field, oncology is not my area, my background is neuroscience. I sort of wanted to say, okay, give me some relevant articles on this topic. 3 of the 5 papers it gave me did not exist. If you search them on PubMed and Google Scholar, you couldn't find them anywhere. So this is the concept of hallucinations. There is also the question of liability. So this is, from a healthcare perspective, this is very important for us. Who is responsible when an AI makes a mistake, right? So an AI recommends the wrong treatment and the patient is harmed. Who then is liable for that? Is it the doctor? Is it the hospital? Is it the AI? I mean, there's no regulations today saying the AI is responsible. Today, it's the doctor and the hospital that employs the doctor. So there's always this element of human oversight that has to be maintained. AI is here to support, not to replace. So we are the ones making the final decisions. So we should use this output carefully. And then the other point to consider is also a lot of these models sometimes contain outdated information. Okay, this is changing. These models are being trained and retrained and refined very quickly now, but AI training data has cutoff dates. So if a researcher asks about sort of current treatment guidelines or anything else for this matter, the AI might provide guidelines from certain way, but might already be outdated. So this is always something important to keep in mind, and there's a lot of other things that we want to go, that we can go into. We're not going to spend time, it was already sort of raised before. So some of good practices in general is to always verify facts, to maintain human oversight. AI is used to help, not to replace. Use AI for initial synthesis and direction, always verify with authoritative, up-to-date primary sources, etc. And before we go into that, I think an important point is how we engage with these AI tools. And this is effective prompting. And this applies not only to public large language models like ChatGPT, Claude, or whatever, but also ones which are generated in-house. So the ones where sort of the use case I described before that we're using in our hospital, there is a way is how we as users can effectively communicate with these tools to get a useful output. And I think this was already raised earlier about prompt engineering. It's sort of become, I think soon there will be a degree on prompt engineering, right? People will have to know how can I communicate with an AI to get useful outputs. And these are some examples. I think this might be a bit too small. It doesn't matter. So one example, and I'm not going to go into too much detail, is it's very important to provide context and specify your role. So do tell the AI who you are, what you need, set the context for the type of response you want. So one example is, I'm an oncology researcher preparing a literature review on immunotherapy for melanoma. I need a structured summary of the key clinical trials from the last 3 years, organized by treatment type. So that is the preferred approach, and you can elaborate on this a lot more, right? There are some prompts, and some of the prompts we use internally are 3-word pages long, a single prompt. And don't tell me about melanoma treatment. And this matters because context helps the AI tailor the depth, the tone, and focus of its response to your specific needs. So then it requires fewer and fewer iterations. Be specific about format and constraints. So don't say summarize this research, but instead specify exactly how you want the output structured, include word limits, format requirements, and any other constraints. So a vague request will produce vague results. Specificity ensures, again, that the output can then be used. Request citation and verification steps. So don't say what are the melanoma guidelines, but explicitly ask for sources and reference to tell the AI to acknowledge limitations or any uncertainties. And this matters because this prompts the AI to be transparent about knowledge gaps and encourages sort of these verification steps. And the last example we use is to use this iterative refinement. So don't expect perfect results from the first go. It will never happen. You have to engage. The more you engage in a conversation, the more useful the final output will be. So start broad and then start like a funnel approach. Start narrowing down with follow-up options. Treat it as a conversation, not as a one-shot query.
And the AI responds quite well to things, to feedback, generative AI. So the refinement produces better, more targeted results. So in general, there's sort of the AI paradox is, and this is not only in healthcare, but AI can read 10,000 papers in seconds, can detect patterns which are invisible to human eyes, can work 24/7 without fatigue, it can do this, it can do that, great. But in the healthcare sector, AI cannot feel empathy for a scared patient, and this is where it will always, the human in the loop will always be important. AI cannot make ethical decisions in gray areas. This might change as AI models become more advanced. And the AI cannot take responsibility when it's wrong. And it cannot do a lot of other things. So the question is not whether AI will transform healthcare or research or any other industry for that sake, but the question is, will we as users guide it and use it responsibly? So I think this was initially the presentation I had planned, but I think one important point to touch upon, which is the main focus of this, is with regards to AI literacy. And AI literacy is something that's very important to be able to govern the safe use, responsible use, and to get the best output that we can from these AI models. So what we as a hospital have done is we've sort of structured our training into different levels, depending on how we expect our healthcare workforce, our staff, to engage with AI tools. So we have level 1 training, which is sort of basic AI training, which is and has already been administered to all of the hospital staff. So we did this to 650 people. It was a 45-minute training. It was delivered by the AI department, so myself and one, which was basically the fundamentals of AI. What are some things we need to keep in mind of? What are the risks? What are the limitations? What are good practices, etc. Then for those which are a little bit more advanced or that might interact with AI on their day-to-day clinical use, then we have more in-depth training. So this is what we classified as level 2 training. So there is how do you make strategic decisions that will involve AI? How do you define ROI, the return on investment, when you buy an AI tool, etc.? How do you engage with your workforce to actually use it, to get buy-in? So lack of trust is one of the biggest barriers to AI adoption, at least in the healthcare space. And then there is level 3, which is tool specific. So we're buying a specific, or we're developing or using a specific tool in our hospital. This is how do the users use this tool specifically. So this is an approach sort of we're taking, and I think this is something which is becoming common practice across many industries. And from what I've seen, is something that's already starting to happen with the sort of librarian space at the universities. And finally, it's always important to take out, okay, to what extent is this now mandatory with new EU regulations? So for example, we mentioned the EU AI Act. The EU AI Act is something which is sector agnostic. It applies to all industries, but it classifies the industries based on the level of risk that the AI might pose. In the healthcare space, any AI used in healthcare is considered high risk. So all systems, or 90% of systems used in healthcare, are considered high risk, which means there are a number of different requirements that we as not only the developers, but also deployers. So if you're using an AI tool within your institution, you have to comply with some regulations. And for us, digital health literacy is mandatory, something that is a must in our organization. And this is, again, one of the reasons why we took the strategic decision as a hospital to develop this AI department, to coordinate and oversee this, ensure compliance with regulations, etc. So I think I will stop there. If anyone has any questions, happy to take it.
Thank you, John.
Hello, thank you for really informative, great presentation. And I have a question regarding your AI courses within your hospital. You told us that all 650 employees took the course according to the level that they and in general, or in your opinion, or even better if you have some kind of feedback, or what are their stances on AI? How do they react to the courses, and do they acknowledge AI as something that that will be helpful or that will be they will be endangered of or
So we actually finished the last training session we had was on Wednesday. So I'm waiting for the education department to send me over all of the feedback because they did collect feedback. But in general, it's not formal evidence, but it's more anecdotal evidence we had in the various conversations. I was a bit surprised in general at firstly the lack of digital health literacy, and I think that's common not only in our hospital. I think it's in general when you sort of try to describe what is AI, what are some things you need to be aware of. A lot of people were lacking this knowledge. So as a result of this lack of knowledge, there was also the lack of trust or skepticism. So especially when you're bringing in an AI for a clinical purpose to help you make a diagnosis, for example, then you can understand that if you don't understand how these actually work in practice, that you won't trust the output. If you don't trust the output, then you're not going to use it eventually. So in general, again, I was, like I said, this is anecdotal. I was a bit surprised, but there is the acknowledgement that AI is here, that you have to embrace it, and it will allow you to sort of work more efficiently, provide better patient outcomes, etc. So this is why highlighting real numbers, real evidence of the impact of AI is always useful to sort of engage with these people.
thank you.
Thank you, William. Next presenter will have Dr. Maria Tirano, who will discuss from biographies of AI ethics. Maria Tirano is an associate professor in the Department of Nursing since 2017. She completed her undergraduate studies in the Department of Nursing at the National Cardiovascular University of Athens, followed by postgraduate studies, Master in Science in the Management of Healthcare Services and Health Informatics by the European Union's Inter-University Cooperation Program, University of Athens and University of Piraeus. She holds a PhD from the School of Nursing at the University of California, San Francisco, a pioneer institution regarding funding for nursing studies, both in the US and worldwide. She participated in the design and implementation of innovative nursing studies in intensive care units and oncology departments. Between 2007 and 2009, she became the national coordinator Greece for the International Nursing Study European. She played a critical role as a member of the nursing administration team of Papaggeorgiou Hospital in Thessaloniki for 15 years. She worked passionately for the implementation of nursing research in everyday practice, and for this purpose establish a network of clinical educators through the hospital. She co-founded teaching schools inside the hospital, European Resuscitation Council, ERC Drama, Nursing Course, TNCC Emergency Nurses Association, USA, and coordinate nursing clinical studies whose results have been published. Her research interests include the facilitation of research implementation in nursing practice, the management of symptoms of patients with chronic illness, and the holistic care of patients with complex problems. She emphasizes empowering patient assist by interdisciplinary health care terms, aiming at the restoration and promotion of their health. Please welcome her to the podium. Mrs. Graham.
When she changed her hair color from red to black.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure to be part of our university's library services and educational activities. It's my favorite, actually. And thank you, William, for opening this topic so nicely. We can continue building on this knowledge. For the following presentation, I would like to shift our attention from the AI potential to maybe AI requirements for ethical application. And when we say ethical, or when we refer to ethics, we generally refer to a philosophical discipline that refers to principles that guide our behavior in order to make best choices. And what are these choices about? Usually it refers to values, beliefs, conflicting goals and rights. And for example, I need to pass an exam. Shall I cheat or not? I have a patient who is dying and I need his or her organs. Shall I let him or her die fast or faster? I need the money from a pharmaceutical company to travel abroad or to a conference. Shall I prescribe their medication? And my relative has cancer. Can I recruit him in a study by kind of changing the inclusion and exclusion criteria? These are some ethical choices in the healthcare sector. So bioethics was introduced very early on, and we are trying with. Actually, it was way back when it was first introduced. Hippocrates, with the famous Hippocratic Oath, did the exact same thing by having physicians swear during their inauguration that they will respect patient values. Way later, during the World War II or after the World War II, a set of rules needed to be established to protect the victims of this war from the Nazis, and this was actually the stimulus to create the Nuremberg Code, which by itself was adopted in 1948 by the United Nations and led to the Declaration of Helsinki, which probably most of you know, that was also adopted by the World Medical Association in 1964. And all these bioethical values, which you can see in this slide, have been in action for many years and in discussion and in practice in general healthcare. What is interesting to know is that this Declaration of Helsinki was updated in 2024, and one of the changes that I find interesting is that it now allows for informed consent to be documented electronically. This is a huge step for the healthcare community, and it sort of depicts the changes that we have been experiencing through the industrial revolution that brought us now here to have all this potential with information technology to apply it in the healthcare business sector and have, for example, genomic sequencing databases, artificial intelligence, and all these other tools that can make our services way better. And as William described, this is now becoming a practice in very modern private hospitals, like the German Oncology Center, and all the developments that he describes. I don't have to go through all this again. And for nursing, I have worked as a nurse, and now I'm an associate professor at the Department of Nursing at CAD. This is also, this brings many ethical dilemmas in our practice because there are so many applications that you can use to enhance care and save time and protect patients. But then at the same time, we have issues that arise during the application of these systems in everyday practice. So to give you an example, for a future intensive care unit, you can have a patient, for example, being hooked in various sensors, and all these sensors give information about vital signs, about the risk of falls, about changes in his basic needs and hygiene, and also give probes to physicians for changes in the basic respiratory or cardiovascular signs that might require an intervention. So, as again William said, sometimes I wonder myself if we do understand what artificial intelligence refers to in order to understand the ethical dilemmas that arise from the actual way that it is built to function. So I thought of giving a very brief introduction on the ways this field has come to place, with machine learning being probably the first that came into place, when computers were able to learn a new concept and based on past decisions, make future decisions. And then this new branch of computer science that now is concerned about the automation of intelligent behavior, something that was thought to be a unique humane characteristic. And if some of you recall algorithms, this was the way computers were used to function. They had a set of instructions that the system had to follow in order to achieve a certain goal. And then that gave rise to machine learning, which practically means that data is used automatically to learn and make predictions. And probably we can talk more about all this. And then from machine learning, we moved to deep learning, where instead of having experts, something that machine learning had to involve to extract meaningful output, now experts are no longer in use for the basic functions of AI to achieve the results and decisions that we require them to do. And this mode of operation, if you will, creates all these ethical issues that arise from AI's mode of functioning. Issues like accountability, interpretability, fairness, safety, privacy. And if you bear with me, these issues, as have been discussed to this point, do not apply necessarily to the healthcare sector exclusively. They refer to all sectors that AI might be applied or used. For example, you see here that the OECD has published the policies and data and analysis for trustworthy artificial intelligence, like a list of things that are continually being updated. So that means that all industries of our life are being affected. And we are now here to discuss about bioethics, which is the application of AI tools, particularly in the healthcare industry. For example, how patients and healthcare professionals and administrators are informed about the way these tools function and how they use it in their everyday practice. As a result, AI ethics draws heavily from the foundational principles of bioethics. As you see here, many of these principles can be translated from one to the other. And with one that is really important for the healthcare sector being transparency, deployed AI tools, and by deployed we mean tools that are actually being used in everyday clinical practice that are not in a research phase development or part of a research project. For example, tools that the German Oncology Center would use to help physicians make decisions or to help nurses take care of their patients. So these tools, real-time tools, should have maximum explainability and interpretability. There needs to be a way for practitioners to check the way they reached a certain decision in case something goes wrong. Beneficence, that's a principle that means we should always do good, and that's something that comes from the field of bioethics. Again, AI systems should be designed to maximize human benefits, and in order to do so, we have to take into consideration safety issues, discrimination issues, gender issues, as well as environmental sustainability. The opposite of beneficence is non-maleficence, which is not to harm. And in order to do so, AI developers have a responsibility to address issues such as bias. Sometimes the way these systems are built use data from the general population, and it is a question whether minorities get represented in this population or specific groups, depending on the tool or the question being asked. Autonomy is something that is heavily jeopardized in the application of AI tools in healthcare. Autonomy means that both healthcare professionals and patients need to be allowed to make their own decisions. So AI tools now need to function as a support of this autonomous role that both need to have. Particularly for patients, informed consent, as we already said, is a basic procedure in their involvement both in research and clinical decisions, and AI needs to guarantee that this will be continuing to be so. Respect a human value that refers to the way people are treated by healthcare professionals and in general by the whole healthcare sector. And this also means that values and preferences need to be implemented in these systems or from the very start, the way they were built, but also have a platform where these values and preferences can be integrated at the point of care, not just in the development. Issues about privacy are huge. How are these patient data stored and used by AI, and who has access, and are they private and confidential? And equity, as we already mentioned, are all ethnic, age, gender, social class groups represented in the development of these tools. The validation of these tools, we spoke here, Andri Panagiotou following, talking about AI and research applications. We need to research at this point a lot to validate these new tools in real care settings, because something works totally different in a research setting in the lab, and it might operate in a completely different way when you see work in everyday life. And of course, regulation. The implementation should be governed by a regulatory authority, either at the hospital level or at the national level or even at the European level, as you see here. In any industry, as I said in the beginning, there needs to be regulation to assure that safety and ethics are instigated. And again, liability. Who is responsible about decisions? Are still healthcare professionals responsible? Are patients? If there is a mistake in these decisions, who will go to court? These are new questions that I guess we haven't come across yet, but we certainly will. And we have also data that, especially from the radiology industry or applications, if you will, that although it's the field that received AI the most enthusiastic way, and indeed there are many applications that actually save both time and make good decisions, we are still not at the point that we can trust them 100%. And you can understand what that might mean for a patient who is worried being or not diagnosed with cancer. And then finally, we have serious concerns, and I can speak to that as a nurse about the therapeutic development. We know from research that this is a part of the healing process. Depending on who your physician is or who your nurse is, you heal better or worse. And the question is, who will replace this therapeutic relationship, or will it need to be replaced, or maybe find another way to have AI tools while keeping all these basic interaction models that we have been used to. So preparing for the future of AI in healthcare, we definitely need to be careful about processes and governance. Certainly about organizational and cultural issues, as again, you mentioned, William, digital or AI literacy is a huge issue, whether our colleagues are ready to use and willing and educated or trained to do so, and what can we do to help our system in this process. And of course, financial issues, which is a huge topic, because are we only talking about wonderful private organizations, or are we referring to the public sector as well? And if we do, who is going to cover all this cost? The fortunate thing is that all this discussion is now transferred in the UN level. So sustainable development goals are part of this discussion, which I find very fortunate. And answering your question previously regarding consumers' acceptance from this organization that you have been part of, it seems that consumers are open to receiving AI-enabled healthcare, which is optimistic, and again raises the bar quite high for all of us being involved in its development and future application. Thank you very, very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Siriano. We'll now proceed to the next presenter, Dr. Andri Panayiotou, who will now present the balancing innovation and integrity, ethical AI use in academic research. Dr. Andri Panayiotou is Associate Professor in Public Health at Cyprus University of Technology, where she heads the Cardiovisual Epidemiology and Genetics Research Lab. She is an epidemiologist with special interest in cardiovisual health and disease prevention, focusing on risk factors and biomarkers. The CVG lab coordinates several epidemiological studies and serves as a coordinate center for the Cyprus National Registry for Familial Hypercholesterolemia, if I'm saying right. AP is a founding member of the Cyprus Atherosclerosis Society and elected secretary, a founding member and currently elected vice president of the Cyprus Epidemiology and Public Health Association, while she has also served as the National Bioethics Commitment and heads the Cyprus Unit of Bioethics under the International Chair of Bioethics. Welcome.
I apologize for all the difficult and long words.
It was very difficult.
However, most of them we can already.
Please.
So thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to follow such distinguished speakers. And I have to say before I start that I realized I made an assumption in my presentation that researchers and academics have at least a working level knowledge of digital literacy. And I don't know how much that stands or not. But this is the assumption. Okay, so I'm not talking a lot about health literacy and digital literacy and AI literacy, but I think that has been covered. It's essential and it's a core issue that we need to address. So, in the spirit of using CUT's interactive and media design presentation, I want to start with with a question for you. I can ask you to log in to Mentimeter and answer it. However, I won't be viewing it live just because I don't want to tempt lots of technology here and leave the presentation and come back. But I will ask you to answer the 2 or 3 questions and we can view them together at the end. Okay. So essentially, the core question of of this presentation. Shall I go back for a minute?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you a couple of minutes. There's the code on the side if you don't have a scanner, or if, like me, you've disabled all access to all. This one, yes, there's another one later. I'll show you in a minute. Okay?
Yes.
So the million-dollar question for today's presentation is, can AI accelerate science without eroding trust? And it's a discussion because this is not a yes or no question, because this is not a problem that has a clear answer, clear solution, and you just have to find the money to make it work. So this is a dilemma, and as such, there is no clear yes or no, black or white answer. But there's a lot of debate on it. So we've heard so much today as to why AI matters in research, innovation, in healthcare. No one can deny that AI offers fantastic capabilities. It can automate tasks that we find mundane. It does them better than us. It can accelerate research reviews. It can cross language barriers, so we no longer have to say only available in the English language. It can assist with data analysis and pattern recognition, spark new hypotheses and interdisciplinary research. And I know someone else has also offered that example, and probably it's from AI as well. Imagine reviewing 10,000 papers just overnight, how that could change your research, especially in information sciences. So we know that AI can transform workflows. It can work with rapid data processing, giving us new insight. It can power literature discovery and summarization. It can facilitate global and interdisciplinary collaboration and automate routine tasks, freeing us, the humans, for creativity and discovery. And properly used, AI is a magnificent tool for academic advancement. However, we already have so many real-world cases that reveal the actual pitfalls when ethics fall short in the implementation of AI. And we'll cover 3 examples of undisclosed AI overshoot, biased AI models, and fabricated AI-generated data. So there are now a lot of cases, not just 1 or 2, where papers have been retracted because whole sessions of them were written by AI guidance and that was not disclosed and was later discovered. And they were retracted for violating transparency and originality standards. And the lesson here is that transparency and human accountability are essential in everything. And of course, they're essential in research and in the presentation of research findings that move science beyond. So this underscores the importance of rigorous human validation, transparency, and ethical oversight to maintain data integrity and trustworthiness. I don't have solutions for how to make sure that we have all this, but this is part of an ongoing debate on how we can maintain transparency and human accountability. Moving on a little bit more severely to the ethical issues, involves using bias and skewed data sets for data analysis. And that results to flawed conclusions. And we all have examples where we've seen that. I remember reading last summer the case of a secret researcher who returned back to the US, computer scientist, Tant, from a holiday in Cyprus, and the recognition software identified her as a male African American because it was trained on Caucasian skewed data sets. So it is very important that we are aware at first, and then trying to fix the issue with only having or mostly having biased data sets. And that reflects a bigger problem in research, the fact that we tend to have more data, more research done in certain parts of the population and not in others, minorities, different races, children. So first we have to be aware and then try and solve it. And we have to be vigilant in validating and using inclusive data sets. And this is even more important now with the use of AI because it can perpetuate and can magnify the bias. So if you use AI in biased data sets,
it will come up with all sorts of results that will be biased, much more than if you had just done it yourself as research. So we need to be very aware of the impact that it can have on flawed conclusions. And the third one, which is a little bit more serious perhaps, is when using AI for data fabrication. Of course, there have always been cases in science where people fabricating data. And this is a definite no, right? But never before has it been so easy and so fast to fabricate data that looks so good. So now we're perhaps a little bit more tempted and we need to be even more aware. So this specific case was a paper that had an AI generated image of electron microscopy, which was so good, it's actually the center image of the paper. And it was later discovered that it was AI generated and the whole paper was retracted. And again, the lesson here is that we need strong oversight and evolving peer review. Again, I don't have answers as to how we're going to ensure strong oversight. However, we need to start discussing it. And the first step is to acknowledge that there is perhaps an issue. The second question that I want to ask you is which principle of the ones we've just discussed, and of course these are not the only ones, is most, so number one for you when using AI in research? Transparency, speed, accuracy, or cost, and here ignore the environmental impact, cost as a reduction in cost, so good thing, allowing us to use our resources more efficiently. So transparency, speed, accuracy, or reduction in cost. And I have to say, this was the first time I've used Mentimeter. I'm usually quite resistant to technology and change.
You have to.
Okay, we'll have to. There you go. Now is that better? Does it work now? See, this is why I don't have technology.
No, you have to do it through the Mentimeter as an administrator.
Okay.
To go to the next question.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is. Despite my being young looking, I don't trust technology as much. I cannot not use technology, but I can't not trust it.
You use it every day, you better start fasting.
Therefore, I better start challenging it. That's the difference in mindset.
Already became part of every day.
Exactly, whether I like it or not, so now I have to use it and challenge it. So going back to the new generations.
Yes. Give
Give me a second to. There it is. Great. So, in response to all those issues that we've just seen, both journals and organizations like the Committee on Publication Ethics, Springer, Elsevier, have issued guidelines emphasizing transparency, prohibiting AI authorship, and encouraging rigorous scrutiny for originality and ethical standards. Most recently, we've heard about the EU Artificial Intelligence Act that was passed, and to be honest, Professor Garcia, I'm with the European Union on this one. First regulate, then smash things. And this is why it's also important to have a common European framework. Otherwise, we risk both fragmentation and inequity. And with regards to universities and research institutions, a student in Cyprus versus a student in Croatia, they both need to have the same framework and the same access. So you can. This one.
So from, these are relatively new guidelines, so from 2023 to 2026. Okay. Okay, so these are relatively recent guidelines from 2023 to 2026, 25. I'm jumping ahead in the future. You can go ahead and look them up. They emphasize essentially that author is responsible to ensure AI does not compromise originality or accuracy, and highlight risk in AI outputs on bias and misinformation requiring human oversight. So this brings us to the heart of today's discussion. How can we harness AI's innovation without compromising ethical research conduct? And balancing the two requires both using the AI, so we cannot not use it, but also integrating safeguards to ensure trustworthiness, ensuring transparency and human accountability. So responsible AI use requires both its use and challenging it. Now, as researchers, we also have individual responsibilities. It's our duty to disclose AI use, verify AI content personally, treat AI as an assistant, collaborative tool, not as a ghostwriter, however tempting that might be. And upholding these principles is very essential in academic output trust. Now, for universities, there's an even bigger role, and they must step in, step up, and establish clear AI policies, training and resources for helping researchers maintain contact and trust. Now, a lot of institutions have already have guidelines and policies on use of AI, seeking to strike a balance between AI's benefits while upholding fairness, transparency, and accountability. And I was going to say very proudly that CUT does have some guidelines on AI use. The first is from the Senatorial Committee on Ethics and Ethics in Research, and you can find it on the link. The other was recently published by the University of Humanities, and my information from the day for the day was that the library now has, which I did not know. Of course, I have been on sabbatical for more than 6 months, but I blame our wonderful Erasmia for not giving me off. But don't have recommendations. No recommendations, the two that you've shown, the guidelines for use of AI. Yes. So as a university, we now have several tools to help students, faculty, researchers in navigating AI use ethically. Of course, again, the responsibility is always down to the individual researcher, but at least we're a lot of steps in the right direction. So we talked about using AI, and of course, we cannot not use it. Not using it also carries risks. So the risk of non-action is going to cause us innovation, and the risk of non-action in balancing the ethical safeguards is going to cause us in retraction, in increasing ethical gray zones, and the biggest fear of all, declining public confidence. And we've seen from the era of COVID-19 onwards how eroding public confidence in science can cause havoc in public health and health in general. And this is even further magnified now in the situation of public health in the US. So we have to be very careful not losing public trust in science, because once it's gone, it's very difficult to regain. So is there cause for optimism? Yes. With continued dialogue, with continued education, with continued increase in AI literacy, collaborative governance, AI's transformative potential can be realized while upholding the core values of research integrity. Of course, that is a big but it's one that we have to undertake. So my key message is, yes, AI is here to stay. It's not going anywhere, even if we try to deny it. It is going to shape, and it is shaping our research landscape It has innovated areas in health research that we didn't imagine 10 years ago. But balancing innovation with integrity isn't just wise, it's imperative to preserve trust and rigor in planning. And it's our responsibility to ensure that innovation aligns with integrity so that we don't compromise research in trust. And in the spirit of full disclosure, I'd like to say that this presentation has been drafted with the help of ChatGPT and Perplexity. Google Slides weren't very helpful, but if you want to sign up for other tools responsibly, I did check the references that I'm showing you here, and all the highlighted ones were in error. So this was done with Perplexity. The references are correct, the content was correct, the title was correct, the journal was correct, the author names were wrong. And Perplexity seems to show preference for Asian names. Bias in the data set? I don't know.
But responsibility goes to the
Which I checked.
Exactly.
Exactly. And if I had not checked them, nobody would have thought, oh, it's O'Connor versus Lee. It's Panagiotou versus, but it does matter because it perpetuates and it magnifies errors. So thank you. I'd like to finish by informing you that 19th October is actually World Bioethics Day. It is celebrated in more than 30 countries globally, including Cyprus, from the network of the units of the International Chair in Bioethics. And the secret unit is hosted here in Dubai. And I welcome your questions on any and every single presentation. Thank you.
We have from one question.
Yes.
It was a bit regarding, I also just get your standpoint on the ethical generation of synthetic data. So you talk about AI generated data. Now in a lot of research studies and even EU tenders which are being put out there, there's a strong emphasis on generating synthetic data to represent underrepresented minorities in existing data sets. I mean, there is evidence to show that synthetic data very closely represents real world data, but from an ethical standpoint, I just wanted to get your perspective on this.
Okay, well, it's not unlike when you have a data set, let's say from public sector, when you have missing data, right? What do you do with that missing data? Is it ethical to just leave them out? Is it more ethical to fill them in using different methods? Which method? Difficult ones, easy ones? They all kind of work. So my standpoint would be that I am positive for generating synthetic data to overcome bias in missing data. But at the same time, you have to be aware of it and you have to be extremely careful in the conclusions that you make. And this is a new in science. I mean, in global data, in the global burden of disease data, I don't know, a quarter of the world doesn't really have quality data. But if we exclude them, that's even worse. It's like saying they don't matter. So personally, I'm okay as long as it's very clear how they were generated and extremely clear as to the conclusions are. And that doesn't justify not putting the resources to get the actual data. Does that answer it? Anything else? Moving on. Thank you. Our next presenter is Mr. Dalbor from EBSCO. He will present us the EBSCO's experience and developments of the topic of AI. Dalbor, for over 12 years, has been a senior library service engineering at EBSCO Information Services. Drawing on his engineering background, he specialized in creating technological solutions that empowers librarians and researchers across South and Eastern Europe. His work focuses on improving workflows, boosting efficiency, and changing the overall library and research experience with SaaS products. Hello, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Dave from my side as well. So my name is Aldo Parac, I'm from EBSCO, and here I will show today what is the EBSCO approach to the AI and how we think what would be the best approach on use the AI in the library when it comes to content, when it comes to the workforce. The one positive thing of being the last presenter is that I don't have to explain the concept because they were already mentioned, they were already discussed, so I just go briefly. So what kind of AI types are most prevalent today is the one that they are using for the language to understand the context, the grammar, the sentence composition, then and to, based on that understanding to the generative AI, to generate text, images, videos these days and things like that. What are the main use case? How this we are using? Well, mostly it's learning from the open web. So all the available content is scarce when it comes to training, the needs for training. They train for on having data practically they can use. Then we can use AI to spell to help spot patterns and based on that to provide content recommendation, answers, and other suggestions, and of course to automate the repetitive tasks. So being in the library world, yeah, what are the challenges? What are the opportunities? We put them grouped challenges, opportunities, and also in a different color. The dark gray is something where we are working closely with the librarians. We believe that the librarians should actually be the part or take a lead in those conversations in those areas. So what are the challenges? Hallucination, misinformation, we know all about that. Information, data, AI literacy, this is where we need all to work together, how to get the right information and how to actually expand the AI literacy to faculties. Then the specificality of the AI generation content about the domain knowledge. This is something that we need to have the right results. The maintaining of the rigorous search of the process. We don't think AI is ready to take the whole process. We need to leave the process still to use the AI tools. This is something where we working a lot with the librarians. The responsibility, ethics protection about bias. I can't say more than what we just heard, and can't say better than that. And the rapid advancement, yeah, AI is moving pretty fast, and the AI standards regulation are pretty slow. We need to find a way how to play in that field. What are the opportunities? So the libraries has a lot of content. There was mentioning of the grounding results. This is what we need to do. We have the content that we know is academically valid, it is proved. We need the ground AI results into that content. We saw an example of the previous presentation, especially about medical field, about the grounding results in known material. Recommendations, of course, AI can help us give a better recommendation to the tool rather than compared to what we have right now. Then insight into context hypothesis and literature review survey. This is also where we can help semantic search, AI understanding the content and give us more information about that. And then the last one is the task automation and it's copy cataloging, reference desk assistant, and speaking about translation, removing the language barriers. This is also something where I can help. So there are a lot of things where the AI can help. There are a lot of things where we are talking about librarians and making the thing work actually. And how we have all of those opportunities, all of this, how it's going right now. So what we have right now is, again, taking the data from the web, putting into the LLM generators and getting the results, which is risky because of hallucination, to be short. Another approach could be based on the grounding, as I mentioned. When we have something generated by LLM, why don't we ground it in a data that we know, that we receive by the publishers, that provide by the publishers? So get the results from LLM, but grounded is in what you have. So this is something that we believe should be the approach. Again, I think this is very important. It is not about training LLMs on the publisher data, on the content. That's completely different thing, and this is not what we are doing, nor what publisher will be supposed to do. It is grounding the LLM results data into the based on the knowledge received from the publishers, not from the open web, based practically on the peer review content. This is the approach that we think makes most of the sense and what we are using. As I mentioned, we don't trust AI. AI is there yet to lead the complete process. So we stay with the process. We stay with the research process, how it works, and we are looking at the place where AI can help. So the process is still the same. We are giving the AI tools to the librarians, to the researchers to help the process. So we are still doing the content creation, index and high quality metadata received by the publisher, then relevance ranking, linked data, and present all of that data and knowledge connections in a UI interface that's easy for user and allow them to export this data. This is what we've done before. We are still working that. So you have the content. In our case, content is one that's coming from the publishers, from all of the world's best publishers. We are having the content. We are providing the search technology. Before AI, indexing, linked data, knowledge graph expansion, and now the user experience giving that all to the user. What we are doing what we are trying right now with AI to see where the AI can help in this process. Again, it's not giving everything to AI, do the research, but we still own the process, we own the research, and look where the AI tools can help us to get there. Couple of principles, a lot of them was mentioned here. Quality. This is what I mentioned about grounding the data grounding the results in the real data, peer review. Data transparency, we are very open about when the AI is used, both on the user interface and everything is generated, we show the user, while on documentation there is very clear which models are being used and how they are being used. So being very transparent about this. This is something that is produce value for the end user. We spend a lot of time working on the user interface, on how they are using that. Data integrity, again, it's detailed, explained in the documentation. The models that we use, our contract about using those models, it's not trained about the publisher data, it's not trained about the user data provided for the interaction between the two systems. Those data are not used for the training. And about informational literacy, this is something that we want to. This is something that we work a lot with the librarians to understand the needs, to make a product that fulfills this need, and to make sure to explain the users how this should be used. Value, and also what is very important when it comes to quality, let's say, is equity, is the human in the loop. So we are human in the loop.
Sorry, αλλά αυτό 600 για όλα.
We are not allowing the AI to take the process, but there is a human using the AI. Another one is we are offering your feedback. Our users are reviewing results generated by AI. It's not the quiz. We are not asking users to type the quiz. It's results generated based on articles, results and about data integrity. So we had to make the changes about licensing content with all of the publishers. So practically the publishers, the top publishers have the updated latest agreements, how we can use the data. As I mentioned again, stripping no learning on the data provided by the publishers. Our terms of use was also updated to reflect the changes we made. Their customer data are not shared with the models. What is shared is the grounded content that is not used for learning, just for grounding specific resource on the responses on the response level. And here we are practically now when it comes to the real tools, what we are doing right now and what we are planning to do. So there are a couple of tools that are already released. I will talk a little bit about them more, and this is what we are the tools where we are planning to show, again focused in the process of the research. We are not changing the process, we follow the process and look what the tools can help in each step of this process. When you are looking for when you are starting research or need an inspiration about the research, there is the natural language search. Especially for younger students, sometimes they are not sure about how to make an advanced query. So what we use the AI to allow them to type their query in a natural language, not using only the search term, but we are practically giving them as a starting a chat. Practically, how we do that? We take the search query, we send it to the LLM. Based on the LLM, we get the results, and we show the original search query, and below we show the translated query. In the real query, what was told to the search, what was sent to the search engine. Practically, we are very transparent about what we are doing, showing the content, showing the candidate was how the natural language search was transformed with the LLM. In this case, I think it was Anthropic. It was again very publicly available on our website. And what was the generated search term based on the natural language query. What we are working about that is about the synthesis of the search result and discovery of the special collection related to this research. This will come in the future. When it comes about creation of hypotheses, this is something that we will try to, that we are working on AI assistance for the literature review. Generally, for testing the hypothesis, we already released the Dyna AI summaries for medical market or AI insights. Here we are working on the recommendation. Actually, recommendation will be released in October to help with recommendation of the similar content. And when it comes to citation analysis, this is something that we are working on. Then analyze findings through scholarly methods. We don't think we are there yet. This is something that we're talking about today, about the checking the content, validating results. We think this needs to be done by human. So there is nothing that is there, in our opinion, that's worth at this stage to be there. This needs to be done by the human. Then again, to document all the findings, the hypothesis, and to help library efficiency, this is where we are working on some tool. This can be done. But this is practically the approach. The research steps are the same. There are some where we can help, where we are already helping, where we can help with AI tools that we are developing, but still there are steps that I think it's critical to be done by the researchers. Speaking a little bit about those tools, AI insights. So not for the old records, but for the records with the full text, and from the publisher that we have permission to generate the AI content, we do generate 3 to 5 insights per results. For advanced researchers, this might not be very obvious because you have abstract. Why do you need this? However, for students, it's not such condensed as usually abstract is. It's easier to find the key points of the research if you are not an expert matter. And based on the feedback we receive, we are finding that this is really very very useful. How this works? So there is an article. We do send article to the LLM. The LLM in this case is one provided by the Amazon. I don't remember exactly which one. Again, available publicly on our website. We get the results. Then we ground the results. We do check what was returned back based on the content, on the peer review content that we have. That is this a definite, let's say, method to make sure that there are no hallucinations? Unfortunately, no. Still, it can happen, but grounding significantly reduce the possibilities of hallucination. So still there is a need for you to make sure that you need to check that. So this is using the technology and the peer review data that we have from the publishers, how to reduce hallucination at this point. We would be happy to say that we can eliminate it, unfortunately not, but we can come closer to that goal. The next example that I mentioned was the natural language search. So you can type a question as you want to see it. There, the algorithm will practically go to the LLM, create the search term, and provide the results based on the search term that we have it here. And the last one that's not released yet, but should be very soon, is about the AI recommendation. So we take the query that you sent. We based on that, we also suggest a couple of other queries that you might use. Again, we are showing the referred queries, and we are explaining how this works. Again, this query is being sent to the LLM, but data are not trained for this. Those are the tools that are available practically right now in the EBSCO suite, EBSCO databases and EBSCO discovery service, and they are part of the tool. They are not asking for additional subscriptions on them. This is all part of the existing tools and subscription that you have. That would be all from my side. Thank you for your attention. And of course, if you have questions, very happy to address them.
Thank you, Dalibor. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
So our next presenter, he unfortunately could not be with us in person due to illness. However, he's prepared a video that we will now share with you, followed by a brief live online speaking of it. Let me introduce you, Mr. Elpidophoros Anastasiou. He's a head of educational innovation space, STEM global educated, head of innovation and AI at Pascal International Education, and a PhD candidate at Cyprus University of Technology. Is pioneering educational innovation and in applying artificial intelligence across education, investment, and enterprise streams. He has led flagship projects including the creation of space centers in schools across Cyprus, the development of educational robots, and the integration of AI technologies in sustainable cities and investment platforms. His work has been internationally recognized by media such as BBC and Reuters, and the world as by institutions including the Pioneer Awards in London. He collaborates with governments, universities, and organizations across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, positioning Cyprus as an active voice in the global innovation ecosystem. With more than 15 years of experience in technological and educational projects, he combines the roles of researcher, strategic advisor, and innovator, building practical AI-driven solutions that connect education with market. His vision is to empower young people to become active citizens in the use of artificial intelligence and
Hoje, onde está esse?
He wrapped an arm around.
I will show you now the video if I will manage, and you please come to the Zoom.
Um,
Να το κάνουμε, θέλεις Παναγιώτη να έρθεις για να ετοιμαστούμε για το closing remarks.
Είμαι σε meeting, Παπαθία.
From the library. Very and really like
the change of location AI.
Great time to get your sleep.
Hello, everyone. Shall I speak in English, Susta? Thank you for the invitation. Then apologies I couldn't be there today. Something urgently came up. My input, because I was hearing your conversations before and all the on the conference. The most important thing I encountered from all my experiences, and not a lot of people applied, is before any AI solution or STEAM solution or any emerging technology reaches the user, it's also really nice to map, to understand the needs, and after to create any software or even engage with AI. My personal experience started 9 years ago from machine learning, before even generative AI was out there. And my input basically is that generative AI is growing really fast, but we shouldn't be applying it, let's say, generously. We need to understand its core values, the mechanics, and after to go ahead and apply any of the solutions. One example that I came across, 60 schools in Europe. I remember when OpenAI came out, everybody was scared. Everybody was thinking it's going to steal their jobs. And I remember when I was asked to create an initiative for all the schools, I've asked them a question: how do you expect from students, from teachers, to accept, a solution or even a software for them being scared about AI? So the first thing we did, I don't know if it was in the video, we created for all these schools a flower pot with a friendly face, like a small robot, that it was speaking about sustainability. So automatically everybody stopped being scared about the AI. And then the next step was going to map their needs. And then we went and created the software for them. Another use case, we had a project with the Ministry of Defense, of a European country. And everybody was asking about privacy. So what we did with that case, we created a custom LLM solution, a size of a shoebox, with very low power consumption. So basically the defense, users there that with all the contracts, they have ChatGPT, Claude installed on their computer with zero Ethernet connection, so they have full security. I wish I was there to give you the full presentation, but unfortunately I couldn't make it today. But I'm sure I'm going to have a chance in the future for a more engaging presentation. Don't know if you want to ask any questions. From my side, I want to thank you for the opportunity, at least to share for 2-3 minutes a little bit of my experience.
Thanks. See, if someone has an, if someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone has any questions, please raise your hand. If someone No.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Be strong and back to us for an opportunity maybe that we will have. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
participation, either
Yes.
an online one. So,
Thank you so much. Bye bye.
bye. Uh, colleagues from the Library of Technological University, they asked me in order to conclude
Yes.
all this or the whole day meeting, conference, whatever we would like to name it.
Give the conclusion and then go for lunch at the library offices, which is opposite from here.
So I am the word between the
Yes.
food and the great. So I have to be in a hurry. I can see Mr. Zerva smiling. He knows me very well, and I know him very well. I can feel in him for today. I would like to congratulate him once again and all the colleagues. So I will not pass one by one the presentations, but I have to mention a couple of things. I make a couple of more remarks from the presentations. And I believe that as a librarians, we would like to focus on the specific role that we already own, and we have to embed it in our everyday work. But on the other hand, we have to be, I used before the word wall, but yes, we have to be the word about the ethics, the correct information that we already used to have by the information literacy. Now the AI literacy is one new object that we have to focus on it. I would like to invite all the other colleagues participate today and those that they will maybe find the presentations of the presenters. The only one that I mention is that what happens at the technological university. They create the AI guide, the guidelines. I focus to the Espina on behalf of the University of Cyprus, from my side, other colleagues from the University of Nicosia. We have, and also for the State University in Kypriaki Bibliotheki, we already have a very valuable guidelines about the AI. Let's try to use them. Let's try to, let's say, embed it in our everyday. If someone creates something which is valuable, is adding that value in our everyday work, so we can use them. I'm glad that they
Maybe
mentioned
your
that.
universities has to
No, our universities, they are trying
on an AI policy regarding.
we are working on an AI policy, but nobody till now is that the question I placed in the beginning. We cannot create a national AI policy, that is clear.
No.
We can create only our regulations actually, guidelines how to use them maybe. But on the other hand, we have this opportunity to use the Technological University guidelines about the AI. I would like to mention once again Professor Vasil, what he said before. If we implement something new, we have resistance. If we try to enforce a couple of people to move directly, but they reject it. We have to create this opportunity to our library step by step. We are not the experts of the AI, but we have to become one special part of this procedure in order to become an expert. We have to work with professors. We have to work with Dalibor is outside now because he's traveling now. So
And as Nikita said, our job is changing.
yes,
It's not replacing, so we have to educate ourselves.
and we have to embed it this kind of workflow in our everyday. Yes, we have to encourage the students to use it, not just to say we cannot accept it and we ban it. No. On the other hand, universities, they have to create, let's say, guidelines and regulation like as also
That's what
University of
Cyprus University of
Yes.
Technology, we create the AI guide. You can all use it. So you have a leaflet in your bags with a QR
Yeah.
code. Visit it, and we will try to expand it or maybe
Enrich it,
Yeah.
for sure, by the experience, but on the other hand, all others, universities or institutions, organizations, whatever, we can start by this because it's created by librarians and librarians can support it and enlarge it. I don't want to say a lot of other things, but just to be honest, librarians always is in front of any new is coming because they have to involve it and migrate it in everyday work. So we are innovators actually by using the innovation, having this in mind, innovating by using the innovation created either by the others. So that's my
That's why the necessity of upskilling is more
than ever.
requirement than ever.
Yeah. So if someone wants to discuss something, we have just 1 minute.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Despina, you are still alive? Yes, I'm waiting your question about how to collaborate, let's say, the universities. It's an additional opportunity for the Marios. Maybe it's part of our consortium to discuss in general regulations, not done exactly as a policy. So the academic libraries consortium, they can create regulation in general in order to use by the other colleagues. It's an option. Do you have something, Despina, other colleagues, Houdini? Yeah.
Yes, that.
Also, Dia from University of Nicosia, Marios.
Something in how with you and Marios approximately.
Yeah, the board, the members of the board, yeah.
I see that there is ground for work on that, but there is ground for many other things as well. And so Calca, my opinion, needs to proceed beyond the acquisition of open
Regulations and guidelines.
For the time being, is occupying itself only with this, from what I know.
Yeah.
So there are many things that could.
Let's say it's one step, but we can start and focus on it.
One of them.
Yeah.
Because AI in general, each university, I'm sure that each university is already working on this issue. The University of Cyprus, I don't know if you could just Google using artificial intelligence.
There is a section of that, I think.
Dedicated web page and a lot of work has been done regarding this on guidelines for the faculty, for students, what to do, when, how, etc. But library doesn't have a specific team. I see that Cat University has done a lot of work for the information literacy scheme, and I congratulate all the colleagues of Cat because they are really in our guards for also this issue for the academic libraries and for all its regulators, I guess. Our compliments, yes. Thank you. So that's a lot. So we can just Google press AI. Use AI.
I love the
It was part of the
Is there a Google page? There is a link on that as well, but I just don't remember where to find it. Maybe there might be.
No, the main topic is that the collaboration between the universities, libraries will be the beginning for the others to come also with state library. We can start from something which is the first step in order to create not a national AI policy. Is not something similar with open access national policy or open science national policy. It's something that each university has to focus on the specific topics and needs. So we have to discuss for the big one to start the first step in order to create something, let's say, not a common, but based on the main topics that already mentioned by the University of Technology. Doesn't matter about this. We are 5 minutes after the end of the session. Yes, you are more than welcome, dear.
Library, this very nice and beautiful guide. For me, this is the issue that everybody open to the universities and companies are uploading things, information about the AI and how. For me, my way of thinking is as a librarian, smart again, collaborative, and health basis or internet basis to step on this very nice guide and add on our let's say things that we can do and train our students and discussion about this. I believe that this is very very important. Not the same thing be done differently.
And repeat it all the time. Let's say something familiar to Despina. We have to work all together, not to catalog each book several times, but once. Yeah. I have with me the IFLA. Yes, we are not talking anymore about cataloging, but cataloging existing because the procedures are working by their own. Yeah, so the same as already Diana mentioned, we don't have to repeat it the same work if someone do it on our behalf, let's say, or we have to clarify it and make it to switch in our organization. So, and additionally, I will ask if it's possible to send to the attendees the IFLA statement on libraries and artificial intelligence, the results of the board. All right, I will send to the committee and send it.
See the artificial intelligence library guide that our team create is the one that I mentioned before, that we have the QR in your box. So we try to include all the categories that is necessary for a practical guide for our students and researchers. We suggest some AI tools, how to search, how to cite the AI tools, the ethical use, and also in this site you can find the CUT recommendations about the use of AI that is the regulation of our university. If you have something to ask about our guide, you can ask now.
I believe that everyone has to practice with that
Yes,
and then
we have
come with questions, yes.
You have to
Oh,
visit the page.
when they announced Marios and Stephanie, when?
3 weeks. 3 weeks.
3 weeks, yeah, so it's something new.
3 weeks ago, yes. 1,000.
1,000
Yes. So
unique
Yes.
are unique visitors. You can calculate it by Google Analytics.
It's lead guides, so.
Yeah.
It's a joke between me and Marius.
Okay, so you can visit it all and see what we have done here. Thank you so much for attending our symposium. We are already. You only please join us for lunch. It's a, if you even know that the library offices, it's opposite from here. Thank you. And